Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Apocalypse Game Day stream. We're playing the Stanley Parable finally. I know that this has been a long-awaited game on the channel, and the Game Day wheel has determined it is finally time. This is the Ultra Deluxe version. However, it does ask you at the beginning if you've played it before, and I think that this game, you know, it accounts for that, apparently. There's been a little bit of conversation. Are you playing the original or the Ultra Deluxe? If I'm gonna play one, I'm gonna play the most recent version that's just come out. So I don't know what the difference is. I assume that there's just more in the game or something. We'll find out. And we'll find out together. So for people that only played the OG, they might be able to experience some new things that I won't be able to tell the difference, but we'll see how we go. But thank you so much for joining, everybody, whether or not you're watching this live right now, over the course of the month when it's a live stream, or when it goes public for everyone a month later. I appreciate getting to this game finally, and a lot of excitement for it as well. So welcome in, everybody. Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is loading, is never the end. See how we go volume-wise as well. I'll adjust as we go.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, I am number 427 in a cubicle, office man, and the narrator is pretty loud, but there you go. Cool, let me fine-tune this. There's the narrator volume. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is blind. Every game day stream game is pretty much blind. I think if it's not blind, I just kind of say so at the start. Like, have we even done any that's like not blind? Like Roscoe McQueen when I played a little bit of that on a demo disc as a kid. So I think there's like most of the games that we play on the game day stream will be just blind. Because it's still part of the backlog. It's just games that I can complete in a stream. So indeed, I literally, all I know now is what I've been told is I'm Stanley. So pretty nice blank slate. Oh, okay, hang on. I can try doors. I might be a little too sensitive on my mouse. Let me tone that down.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I have simply missed a memo, and also my mouse sensitivity. I love that you can turn it down so much.
Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted? You can turn it down so much and it's still the same. 432 is the pencil sharpening guy. I guess.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
No, I have a self-aware narrator that's commenting on everything that I do. What if I wish to start? Oh, there's a computer on, and now it is off. I like work just like... Wait. I like work, I just hate my boss. Great. I thought that was going to be I like my job how I like my coffee, but it was not that. So I've got to crouch, and the blinding... What is this, antechamber? Why is my interact button always a keyboard? Because I'm smacking a keyboard, I guess. I got an achievement saying I can't jump. No, seriously, we've disabled it. I'll try... Okay. I'll read the achievements as they pop up, I guess. The fact that pressing E on my keyboard, it makes a keyboard sound, is very bizarre. How to use help window. I can keep turning off every PC that I see. Be my Valentine? Hello? Someone's playing solitaire in there? How the mighty have fallen. They've just unleashed me into an abandoned office, and they want me to walk around?
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office, because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Excuse me, I am looking around. I understand that there are also open doors. I'm being curious. I'm getting played with by the narrator already. Give it some time. Sales in this quarter. This is an office, all right. Oh no, I'm in the back rooms.
Open doors. He entered the door on his left.
The narrator is telling me what I am going to do. The narrator is telling me what I'm going to do instead of what I'm doing. It seems like I have to go to the right. I have to go to the right. He told me I'm going to go left. I have to go to the right. Every bone in my body compulsively pushing me towards the right door.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Do I fight with the narrator because he told me that I don't pick up on environmental cues well, so now I am going to reject what he tells me to do? I don't know. Honestly, this would kind of be terrifying if you were this type of guy. You know, if you were in an office and then everyone was gone. You had no orders and you're just walking around.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I'm drinking all right.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I do like this narrator voice. This is a narrator voice is so important if it's like the thing that you're going to hear.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Honestly, it's been the nicest room of the office so far, to be quite honest with you. The chairs look decently comfy.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Oh, I am the guy who loves to stick around and wait for dialogue. He's so right. But like it's the blue carpet and the nice chairs, and everywhere else doesn't look so good.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Oh, no. You're going to tell me to take the first open door on my left again. He's going to tell me to go left again. Fuck's sake. Oh, but it's two different types of rooms, man. Oh, I'm going back in here. I'm going straight ahead. That's what you get for roasting me.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
It's not my fault, it's yours. You're the one telling me that I am sticking in rooms too long to listen for dialogue. You fuck. I'm fighting with the narrator. We're not on good terms. Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. What do you mean? It's probably, I guess, in the game's best interest that there isn't a jump button, because I would be trying to jump everywhere. So I guess that's sensible. I'm being forced to walk. Jeez, whoa, my god, yeah. Hey, anyone install any fucking guardrails, dude? Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, 1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, 5,000. But if I'm dead, I can't pay $5,000. It's a free death. I love that it's more expensive to fall off even if you die. Vent access for trained employees only. Climb at your own risk. I can't climb. Okay.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
What the fuck? I've never felt so actively in conversation with a narrator before. What the fuck? $5,000 fine. I didn't die. He's put me on a path and I'm just going everywhere else. I did not expect the mid-narration interrupt to then say that to me. Danger, danger everywhere. This is fucking hilarious. You know, a lot of people, they should know by now, you know, I like a little bit of chaos. I like fucking with things a little bit, right? When appropriate, not all the time. Take things seriously sometimes, most of the time. If there's an opportunity to be a little bit silly, to be a little bit whimsical, I might pursue it. 2v1. It just feels like I'm on a cargo lift. I see a pathway down the bottom. I'm going over there. Cargo operator's manual. I did almost die. It was a risky one. Do not stand on this side of the fence. I mean, no buckets past this point. The signs are great. The clock is actually going. Oh, also another thing, by the way, even though I will point out it says it's 10:57, the game also asked me to input the correct time. When I started, it said, what's the time? And have you played the game before? That was the only two things. So I did input my current time, but the clock is wrong.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
It said no buckets past this point. How many times in a row can I deny him? Before he, like, manifests into a physical guy and kills me. Kind of want to go the way he wants, like, one time. And then only that one time. Oh, I tipped my toe over.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh no, he's not going to physically manifest into a guy and kill me. He's put me in a dimension. He has dimensional control, actually.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
There's a blue one behind me. Oh my god. This is great. We're having such a good, like, relationship, me and this guy.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
I can't believe that there was also the blue door behind me again. The game is giving it to me, and I'm taking it. He also can manipulate reality.
You see, there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Oh my god. Ceiling light, 6464 office space. I am going in the back rooms. I am breaking through the surface of my reality. Oh my god. This guy. This is an instant joy. I love going into games with no idea what to expect, especially when it's not something that looks particularly, like, flashy or exciting. You're like, why the fuck do people love this? And then you see why. He wants me to go in there now. So I probably shouldn't. Does he want me to take the left door? Should I now go in where he wants me to go? That would be so stupid. I'm kind of assuming if I go through the right door again, it might end up... Would it take me into those same areas? He wants me to go in here, and my impulse is to now go the way that he originally wanted, but I'm going to go in here. I'll take the opportunity to experience yellow. I mean, orange. I know colors.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Please rate my experience. I really liked this color orange, so you can get a 5.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Wait, what do you mean? The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Whoa! 18,938 endings. 21.3% of players skipped intro. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. Hey, how long does it take you to get to the correct door? Whoa, hang on. Are we're trying to get through the right door? Wow. Okay. That ended a playthrough? Huh. So, door 2. Is that like an accurate like in-game counter? I haven't been playing. I opened the game like an hour, 30 minutes before just to like take a look at it. Is that my in-game time? Why does it say 7.5 hours? Is that playtime? What does that mean by that? Because if you know how I put the time, it asked me for the time and I put it in, and then the clock said it was like 10:50 something. If I was to literally add together the current time, it adds up to 7.5 hours because like I put in 3:11 p.m. That's when I opened the game. 3:11 p.m. It's now 3:59. I like blinked. What, has it been 7 hours? Oh, but wait, there's people that are. Is that how long it's taken them to find a door or something? I don't understand it. Okay. I'm gonna have to just play more. So does this go? Hey, here's a third door. Here's the end of the playthrough. You're supposed to take the left door, and then if I take the right door, he gets upset at me. So should I now go through the left? Or I could, at every turn, interject it. Oh my god, that's really thrown me. I'm going left.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Okay, that's not the door. Okay, that's. I haven't restarted. Can you repeat the question? How motivated am I to go through doors? I mean, it's all that I've got, really.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
It's only been a few. It's only. That's so loud. Do I have to do this for 4 hours? Oh no! It's like this. You have to let the baby die. Oh no! Do I sit here for 4 hours? Oh, you thought I was gonna let it go that time. Oh no!
You heartless bastard.
You didn't give me a
You
second.
do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Please don't tell me this is the game. He's not... Are we playing the loading screen? Oh my god, wow.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Oh, he's put me in Firewatch! He's put me in Firewatch! What the fuck? He put me in Firewatch!
But it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
How does this work? He put me in Firewatch. He's put me in Firewatch. What the fuck? What is this game? What the... How does that work? Is it always Firewatch? Is it always Firewatch? Who Firewatches the Firewatch? Oh my god. Did they collaborate with Firewatch? Is it a random game from my Steam library? Somehow? That's compatible with the game? What do you mean? The original was Minecraft. What the fuck? Okay, so they have an actual game that they throw you into. That is unbelievable. Okay. Guys, I love Firewatch. This game ripped me to pieces. I played this after a pretty bad breakup. And so I was immersed. Firewatch is a good game. This was a good walking sim. Unfortunately, cannot be a blind playthrough. I played this years ago. If I got thrown into Minecraft, I would have maybe pissed myself. That's like the objectively more funny option. This is like the more like completely out of left field, why are we in Firewatch option. Oh my god. I was like, is it going through my Steam library and that's why the loading screen is taking so long? Whoa, I never thought I'd be walking through Firewatch again. I will be real. Stanley Parable is absolutely batshit insane, dude.
No, it can't be.
What do you mean it can't be? Stanley Parable is insane. I'm already getting lost of like what I should even try and speak about. I thought we reached an end of a playthrough, but it kept going and then I was in another room and now so many other games because I pissed him off.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Age of Empires, give me it. Give me Age of Empires.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Stone walls on Age of Empires.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
I'm in
Just
Rocket
a
League.
nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Okay, I gotta get lost. I'm in Rocket League.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh my god. Rocket League is also quite a bit of an out of left field, unexpected one. but the original was Portal. That's crazy. Portal feels very compatible. You know what I mean? Especially, I guess, with what I said that I know about the fan base. I was like, I played Portal and Half-Life. I feel so small.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Maybe?
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Oh. Okay. More balls, please. Balls, please! What happens in...
Enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
Maybe.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
No, wait, no!
Your little fun comes to an end.
I was about to get another one.
This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Take care, narrator. I love you. Now I'm just in Rocket Leagues, aka Sports Ball, and I'm just here. I'm going to throw myself into the goal. When I go in, I'm putting myself in the goal.
What are you doing?
Oh my god.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much...
No fucking way, dude. It just keeps going. This is fantastic. Okay. The Stanley Alpha Test. Now, how many layers of backrooms am I in now? This is a perfect advertisement for the movie. This is genius. This is genuinely just immediately genius. What happens in the Minecraft and Portal versions in 2015 then? You just walk around and it goes, walls, open world. But then what about the next one? Does he say, portals? And then he says, even more portals. And then there's just a bunch of portals everywhere. Is it a similar joke, just with a different game? What happens in the Portal version? That's a cool idea. I can understand it, like, kind of maybe refreshing to a different game or something. We can definitely watch the other ones later, right? If they're not in this game, which I guess they don't do it anymore, we'll have a look, right? We'll take a look later as to what happens in that. Actually, I could experience it in the normal version myself, because buying the Ultra Deluxe version, I think it gives you the original. So I have both games. So I could install the original one and then get to that point. I mean, it didn't take us long, right? I immediately said, I'm going to do my own thing. So maybe we'll do that. Oh. Oh. I don't like the look of this. Okay, wait, where am I? Because sound effects are different. I still have my keyboard noise. We have flat doors. We're going older. We're much older graphics. Everything's flat. The office stuff is yet less pretty. It feels like I'm going through the Max Payne apartment building. I'm going to ask that guy for the code, and he's the janitor, and he's got his headphones in. He's cleaning graffiti, and I go, "What's the code?" And he says, "Oh, 6-7." That's right. Remedy understand the future. They inputted a fucking 2026 meme into their Max Payne 2 experience. How many lights you want? It's very quiet in here. I think I missed my narrator. Oh! I don't know why that scared me. It didn't look like a door, so I was like, there's someone there. Anyone want to turn on the lights? We got lost. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, wait. Is this me? What am I again? What number am I? 427. Oh my god, am I going to my thing? What's going on in there? That looks like a Steam player chart in there. I've seen too many of those over the past few months. Oh my god, it's my room. It is 427. This is... Whoa. My office looking crazy. Pressing a bunch of them. Very quiet in here. Should I turn around? Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
What is going on? Oh. And now I'm back. Have we properly restarted now? Have we finally we have restarted now? Wow. Okay. What a game. All right, thanks everybody for watching. I'll see you later. Cool guys. My first playthrough of Stanley Parable done. Unbelievable. Time to spin the wheel, yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I have a perfect understanding of where to go. Look, environmental cues, all the doors are open, you narrator. Look at me, I'm not pressing buttons. I'm not interacting with things.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It's actually really hard not to just go right again. But then I could go right again, and I could go like left at another point in time. I feel like that is when the game has a fucking leaderboard that has how many doors have been opened, how many pathways they have. All right, I'm gonna go the right way, well, the left way. At the very beginning, I'll listen to what he has to say. I'll entertain him. I think I owe him that much after what I put him through, right? Now 11:20.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. (451's private time. What to do about 432. Financial panic meeting. We're broke Wednesdays. Termination Tuesdays. Marketing Mondays. Pranking floor 5 meeting. Don't tell 432 about me meeting. Pre-review of weekly review. 8bird. This box is too small. Ideas and development. Push for funding. The boss appreciation minute. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love the most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and solving interpersonal conflict. If you find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, unless you're the kind of person who initiates conflict, why do we hire you? Remember that it takes 2 people. What are your dreams for the future? Absolutely mitosis and pollution. Maybe a bit of transcend. Comatose. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time every day with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it boil up inside you. Take it out passive aggressively on other coworkers and resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Yeah, it's very true. That's how it works. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure there's a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You, most of all. It's so corporate. I want to throw myself off a building. Number of slides on this slide. Slides, charts, and slides. Rate at which chart on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts, please, I'm begging. Stop. The boss appreciation minute. How good is this? What do people want? Things. Violet James, you were fired. What did it say? Happy feelings. Money, more money, things. But with money to buy more things, graphs? Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. The stock market is somewhere here. Hey, they love profits. Bi-quarterly post-review. We need more/less reviews. 402 plus 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule, but I think it's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. The big net, some sort of child trap. Size of demographic. Space between the teenagers. Throw some ideas in the ideas bin. No more bins or trash cans. Remaining number of the ideas. Firing of me. There's just so much to take in. Look at these graphs. Have you seen them? Anyway, I was reading this before the slides started. Push for funding for R&D for new coffee machine. Standard graphs 40 times wide, not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Who's that guy? Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is you. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda and reflect. Employee. 417, 405, 491, 416, 431 and Jim. Always Jim. Monetize free to play, baby. That's the best way to go. Help! I'm opposed to it. Alright, I'm done with that room. Oh my god, I'm actually able to open a fucking door. They let me open a door.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Are you sure there's nothing in here? Looks like something to me.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, No path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Oh my god. Get Chris out of the broom closet.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
But my name is Chris. Get me out of the broom closet.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid.
Okay.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I'm guessing we're getting the broom closet
I've come
ending
to a
now.
very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Yes.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Stay dead. It's silent for a while. We might have achieved it. What do we think? I think we're good now. I'm leaving it for long enough. I step out.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Okay, so I'm now second player. That's what I'm being treated as. Oh.
To a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Second player, but still Stanley and going upstairs, huh? But what does player 2 want? This game is fucking crazy.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I'm exactly where I stopped.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariela. Mariela woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I've achieved defying my narrator and dying. Yeah, what a day I've had.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Wow.
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
So I just started going insane going down the staircase. Oh my god. How do you even account for so many different pathways while also having the narration be so fucking
Stanley
good?
Came to a set of two
right?
doors. He entered the door on his left.
The narration is just so good for so many different avenues, and it's like something that you think about of there could be lines of dialogue you never even hear as a result of player choice. And it's very, very witty as well. Oh, man.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
It's funny that I was like, immediately skip past that. Right door, but then we'll do a different door, right? We're gonna go left.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
It's a big red button. It's a big red button. That's the meeting room. Look, I've seen that room before. You know what I haven't seen before? The big red button.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
I think there's a potential as well that when the dialogue starts, I kind of do sit and listen to it because sometimes I don't want to walk past a point and have new dialogue come in. And that happened like before when we ran through the waiting room. So there might be a time where I just kind of sit for a bit.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
And do we trust that? Let me in. I'm in. Whoa.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
What? I found the end? I ruined his story. There's a whole bunch of screens. Some of them have been fired. There's a glitched one. And then there's some screens down the bottom. What's that ending? The I've spoiled and gotten to the ending? He told me to close my eyes and wanted me to see it. But it looks really intriguing in there. There's cool stuff in there, man. There's cool stuff in there, man. Of course I wouldn't close my eyes. I could see things. You're suspicious I didn't close my eyes? Hey, I could see things. The game gave me an opportunity to see something. And I stumbled upon it naturally, I would dare say.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Every single opportunity you have to, like, either go in the direction he says or not, and I end up in a different room every time.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
He did restart. Oh, man. These go the same way? The door is going to close behind me. I'm not closing behind me.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, okay. Oh, that happened so quickly.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, I don't remember this telephone being green. And this coffee cup is different. It says mile on it. Does it randomize every time you load in? I didn't notice. Have the telephone's always been green? Am I making it up? There's green telephones. Now I'm looking too far. Oh, now there's no door.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
I'm not being restarted again. The phones were green? Alright, I'm questioning things too much now. Hang on. This is new. Yeah. This is new. Surname access? I've turned off a few of these. But I'd be turning off all of them whenever I see them, even the repeats? We've done that before. Oh, that was a different noise.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh,
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh my god. The Stanley Parable adventure line. I won. Now I have the yellow, the kind of the yellow brick road, but
right,
not really. The
I've
yellow
got a
line.
solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
It's going into a different room. I finally made it into solitaire room. I can't turn that one off like the others. Well, now I'm like, what if I don't go the yellow line way and I go the way that we originally went? Oh my god. I'm gonna follow the line. Thought it would be really fun.
The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
Oh my god, the music has stopped. I've been fucking tortured by that music. I was like, please, when will it end? We have to progress.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Let's remember this fern. It's going to be relevant to the story. Okay, there is a fern. Thank you. We already did turn the music down. I'm pretty sure, right? We maybe not enough. Thought we hit a good thing with it, but yep. We didn't expect that level of music.
Wait, we're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Well, we're going through this way now. We're going across somewhere else. It's still the line is going elsewhere. And we're... the story. Look.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Clippy's up there. I was trying to read what Clippy said. Have we restarted? Oh my god, we're back at the line. Ah!
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh my god. So, what I love is... I think we've just been going through so many false restarts that's tricking me, and we're still in this same line. It's very clever how this game is like choosing to loop or not.
Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Well, apparently this is it.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Just don't acknowledge it. Ignore the line. It's not real. The line is going away now. I've survived the line. Oh.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Left or right?
Important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Oh.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
And it's the right door. Oh my god. The confusion ending. I've been playing the confusion ending for 17 hours. Okay, you are confusing me. Deviate from maintenance room. End up in monitor room. Narrator restarts the game. First restart. Discover the 2 doors room now has many additional doors. Aimless wandering. Narrator restarts the game. Second restart. Office is now a dead end. Turn around. Find another dead end. End up in another building. Narrator restarts. Third restart. Adventure line. Nonsense philosophy and music. Return to the office. Monitor room. Fourth restart. Adventure into unexplored territory. Find the line again. Find the confusing ending schedule. Narrator restarts the game. Fifth restart. Narrator forgets about previous restarts. Oh my god, I'm looking ahead of time. Stanley attempts to play the story, but is prevented. I'm spoiling myself with the confusion ending. Unable to go anywhere or do anything, the game restarts on its own. 6th restart, find the line again. Begin following the line, find an identical replica of the office that has begun to deteriorate. Attempt to make up a story here. Narrator restarts the game. 7th restart, there is no longer an office, simply blank space. Wanders in the blackness, find a bookstore, get bored and leave. Narrator restarts the game. 8th restart, the narrator is gone after a long time. Stanley dies. You know what? That is confusing. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh my. This is confusing.
Oh, hold up. What's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh, man. Oh, now he's going to forget. We got hit with the dun. Okay. He's not going to know. Oh, man. What did I have to do? Something about a deteriorating office room. He's going to restart. He's not going to remember.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Narrator, wake up, you've forgotten. I love the concept that the narrator, I was like, oh, I'm fucking with this guy, he's gonna be some entity and he's gonna kill me as a joke, and then he's controlling the space. He's like a video game creator. And now it's the layering goes even further where the narrator gets in on it, and the narrator is like, wait a minute, this is predetermined for me even? No, I don't want to. And now the narrator is also going against it with me, but now he's also forgotten, so I have to get him back.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I have to get him back. Oh. Fuck, what did it say? What did it say? I think it's, oh no, what did it say? Hang on a second, chat. My dogs are tweaking. Give me a moment. All right, thank you for waiting. Sorry about that. Dogs doing dog things. Now, I can't remember where we went, and I'm like, do we rebel? Should we rebel against him? All I know is there was something about deteriorating office, but I can't remember what exactly came after this ending, which is really silly of me because I was staring at it for so long, and then we stand there for so long that I forgot. So am I still in it or not? Ooh, he didn't say anything after this. He didn't say anything. Didn't he usually say something?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I'm on the correct path. Oh my god. Do you think that it... I love the element of, I'm going to just keep saying, I'm confused. Was that the confusion ending, but premature?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I may have diverted from the intended path to get to the 6th restart, and now I'm doing what I'm told. Does that mean I'm going to have to try and recreate the whole confusion ending again? I'm confused. This looks fancy. The executive bathroom. Oh. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Why is that written on the wall? Extreme bathrooms. Bath Boyd testifies in the trial of the century. Tired of getting ash on your porcelain? Faucets, pipes, offshoots. Time. The beige pages. Business time. Ah, hostile takeovers, the new biannual percentage. Hello, I'm here for a meeting, maybe, with my boss. Oh. I can actually open doors now in here. What's up with that? Business strategy? What do we do? Doors monthly. Shapes exclusive. Lenny Smith talks about his new box. Is the cone the new triangle? How I kicked my ugly pentagon habit. Illegal cubes and how to spot them. There's an elevator. Graphs. I am the most expensive boss. Alright, without taking the elevator, maybe I go in here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Why have I been told 2845? What is, I'm being given the answer. 2845. Let me write that down so I don't forget the number while I peruse.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
They're not going to let me forget it. Sewage Lilies by Claude Money. Carte Blanche, Edmond Blanc. Blank Mountain.
45.
He's not going to let me forget it. While I look around.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Oh my god. This is too funny, man. It's too funny. The game gets so impatient. Perfect. I can't see anymore. Oh my god, I hit 6. Well, sorry. Middle. I just wanted to do it anyway. There you go. I did it eventually on my own terms. What's behind the boss's office? We didn't go through that elevator. But now we've got a different elevator instead. One with an ominous red light. Once again, the ominous red light elevator.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
I'm feeling quite peculiar. Is anyone else feeling quite peculiar? Apparently I can go back up. Ah. Maybe not anymore.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I can escape. Is that gonna be the big room with all of the things? Is this the big room with all of the screens? Being watched on the camera. If light is on, call extension 914 immediately. Fuck. Ooh. I'll escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
That's just what a mind control facility would want me to think. You're trying to control my mind. This is definitely an escape and not like a sign that's been written in a fucking Roadrunner and Coyote-esque Looney Tunes situation where I fall off a cliff. Escape this way. I believe.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yeah. Is it death, or is it just simply new life? You know what? This does look like a fall to my death. Oh! Ooh! I didn't die. Fuck you. Escape.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise.
Oh, yeah, you know, that...
Been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Yeah, you know what? Okay.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
A second narrator has hit the game. I didn't get killed. I escaped. I not only have escaped, but I escaped the narrator.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Am I in the room of, like, all black? Is this still part of the confusion ending? Because I'm confused.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Whoa. Stanley's computer. Nature paintings. Did I find a fucking dev room? Are we 3 streams in a row on the dev room almost? We've been on a streak. What do we found the dev room in antechamber. We found multiple. We found dev room in viewfinder. How many others have we found? I think it might have just been those two and this one. Is this a dev room ending? Or it's like office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development through the core layout remains identical to the first iteration. Yes, and there it is, the two doors. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in good time. Filing cabinets. The set of two doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. The office, 1, 2, 3 doors. Button sounds. A selection of sounds used throughout the game. When buttons are pressed, each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Where's the fucking fire baby one? These are all not the fire baby one. Making music. Hold on. Why is it so musical? Kind of. This is the music of 2072. We did get credits. We got the Stanley Parable credits. The impeccable Kevin Brighting as narrator. But what about second narrator? We do have Leslie Staples, Aviva Pinchas, and Jenny Kuglin. Any one of those three names could be the voice that I just heard for the narrator. Installing chart. Turned it off. Office computers. Solitaire. Employee database. Oh. Look. Look. Total employees in database 604. Total employee in office 2. Employee 427. Status offline. Employee and then empty status. Is that the first one? Is that Clippy? Are we being spoken to by Clippy? Is Clippy the narrator in the whole room of screens? Is the blank employee the one that was above number 1? Is Clippy? Just me and a Clippy against the world? Or is it someone else? 431 to 436 down there. What's down this way? The office clock. The boss's office. Screens from the development of the boss's office. I can't tell if I'm in a genuine dev room or if this is part of the game. Yeah, what about gym, actually? The lounge. Underground. Hey, look, there's escape and mind control facility, except it looks a bit different because it's an early version. Narrator.
He stood on the snow.
Recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used. I stood on the snow.
Oh, for crying. Is this that other building?
Just empty, ominous voices.
Stanley stood on the roof. Stanley pushed the big red button.
Imagine doing so many takes that don't even get used.
The orange lever, and finally, he pushed the number 9. Stanley walked over the bridge. And finally, he pushed the number 6. Still nothing? I don't know. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what, you win. Congratulations. You did it. I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
I don't know how many lines there are here.
Now, I don't... Stanley, where are you right now? Where am I? I'm trying to figure out, but I can't... Stanley, who am I? Can you speak to me? Please talk. Have we done this before? Have we been in this room before? How many times have we done this? How many times have I said these exact words? Say something. Anything. Help me, Stanley. I don't know who I... What I...
Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you?
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Now then, this elevator for sure will get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story. Stanley stood on the snow. Stanley walked over the bridge. And finally, number 9.
This is insane.
Stanley pushed the big red button.
I think the real narrator was breaking through the outtakes to talk to me for a moment. Then I couldn't tell if the dialogue after about trying to solve the room was part of the thing. Is that the real narrator trying to break through to me? Freedom ending. This was the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Hey, there's a freedom ending. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Hey, there's a countdown ending. Did you know that? I did. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. There's an outside thing. Countdown room. An early version of the countdown room. I've never seen that before. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the two endings together instead. I don't know what that means. Oh, hey, look, I think I'm over there. This is the true spoilers. I'm seeing stuff that I haven't seen before. Game design mock-up. The level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from the mock-up is still in the game. Hey, that's my office. There's so much to look at in here. The lounge, an early version of the lounge. The office. The apartment timer. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. The cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we also decided we wanted the option of the player falling to their death. So they could stay on and jump to a different path, which I did, but you can die. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the game. We wanted to look like a place where cargo was actually stored. That did work for me. Dude, there's so much. What the fuck? Maintenance layout. The meeting room. I feel like there should be some... genuinely, chat, I should probably not look at all of it, right? Because there's stuff for things that we haven't done yet. You know what I mean? I guess? Because I am getting quite convinced that we are in a situation of there's some stuff here from all parts of the game. I mean, it's not my fault that I'm here. I just played the game and I ended up here. 2012 trailer. Which is so wild. Okay, I'll try and not look at so many things then. I think there's an advantage that we have, by the way, is there's so much information that it's going to be very easy for me to forget about a lot of it. For early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens, the action game would become sentient, and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting the build that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game, plus some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. No, let me do that. Fine. Ultra Deluxe announcements. These are screenshots of the videos made for the announcement and the game's delay. I won't look at them. All I saw was fun. And now, look, I've made it around here. The maintenance room. The office. Now we're here. Okay, so I think I had to circle back around and I saw the Stanley Parable room. Still though, very crazy. I think it is very cool that there has been this element of being shown a few things that are just absolutely bizarre. But I will walk in here.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Freedom! I turned the Stanley Parable off.
Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Oh no.
Listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't...
I can begin the game again. I can begin the game again. That has always been an option. Do I let it ride? I allowed myself to get squished out of curiosity. Oh. Hey, oh. Did we do it? I was squished. Have I reset now that I squished? Are we on a proper reset now? Oh my god, dude. I'm so mentally busted. I'm mentally busted. Was I supposed to begin the game again? Or was that the intended path? Who fucking knows? My god. Dude, the way that this game has thrown some really fucking bizarre, crazy endings. Just very cool. So many branches. So we're on 4 so far? We're going crazy. So my thoughts so far, 2 hours in, is this game is fucking fantastic. It's so creative and witty, and it accounts for, you know, player behavior. It's a very amazing sort of breakdown on video game behavior, which I really love, because I'm, you know, a lot of people have different experiences with how I play games on the channel, depending on what the games are, but hopefully, you know, you might have seen enough where I am a very curious person, maybe to a detriment, often. But I'm a very curious person. I like to like explore and experiment with things and ask the question of like, can we do this or is this possible? And games that like either account for that or are really built with curiosity in mind, I think is just like, it's so fun. And this game feels like kind of the most extreme take on that, you know? Which I think is so cool. Even to the point of like psychology, like being told to do something and you start going off in another direction. And just seeing how far they can push that. I almost thought that they might have been the sit here and do nothing ending for a second. But that's, I think once you start realizing that this game is like a multitude of different endings and experiences that you can have, you start going, well, what if I do this and maybe I can do that? Now, obviously, as I don't know what this game is going into it, and we kind of just like start a stream and see what's up, that like how we interact and engage with the game can change based on like what we're doing. It did seem like this game has a bit of a skewed completion time, or in terms of like how long this game can take, because I think the nature of the game seems very open. I don't know if there is like a ending. Maybe there is like the proper ending to get, which is probably like maybe freedom or something. We've got a little bit of a look into some other endings, which is pretty fun, but without any context and no idea how to get there. So I will attempt to do what I can and try and get, as much out of the game that I can. I don't know if it's like, I don't think we're going for like a, I'm going to do everything that the game can do type of experience, but going for, a few hours until we're satisfied with where we end up and what we get, and just to see how the game will continue to surprise us, I gotta say, I'm almost surprised that there has not been like a... Oh, I can close the door.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh my god. So I'm sat here the whole time we're eating, and I'm like, I'm actually surprised that there's nothing that happens with the narrator if I just sit here and wait. I had to shut the door. And there it is. They're shutting the door and just waiting. Incredible. In terms of the Minecraft and Portal ones, I could just install and open the original game and then go to those locations and experience it.
Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Do you reckon I can technically call this my Apocalypse blind playthrough of Minecraft?
At last, the one thing you've always desired. A game I had absolutely nothing to do with. But is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley. Will it ever be enough? Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose. Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house. This will go here, no, here, and then... Let's see, what does it need? Yes, of course, and just to finish it all off, yes, it's complete. I made this, Stanley. Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy. Ah, but you've only seen it from the outside. You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable.
All right, the Apocalypse blind playthrough of Minecraft within the Stanley Parable has now begun. Chicken jockey!
Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It could only be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond everything. Yes, yes, yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
Dude, the motion blur is actually pretty crazy in this version. Especially when you do this. Oh my god, there's music.
Oh my, it looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light?
If I ever play Minecraft on the channel, I have to introduce myself as, hey, so my first experience with Minecraft here is through Stanley Parable. So this will be my surface level knowledge.
Oh, no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't save this one. Okay, new game.
Oh! What was that? Oh my god, I'm in Portal. It's playing the music.
I don't even know what this game is, but I love it.
Yes, and I woke up in the bed.
Trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay, now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
Oh my god. We're back to Portal, chat. We're so back. Honestly, I think Minecraft and Portal are the better two joke games to put in. Firewatch really took me by surprise, and I have a personal connection to it. So I was like, oh, I thought it was pulling from my fucking Steam library. If there was like a list of compatible games, I'm like, fuck, this is Psycho Mantis from Metal Gear Solid, but in the modern era. Reading my Steam library, but yeah, that and Rocket League. I don't know. I like the Minecraft and Portal thing, actually.
Oh, it's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte.
All right, now I'll take 2 hours to finish this game, and I'll have people say, oh man, there's no way you're this stupid.
Genius.
My Portal experience was very good. People were very kind to me.
No, actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games, and I highly doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just going to leave you here. You can pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as for me...
Oh, and you do the falling into here and down here through this, instead of going into the Rocket League goal. I didn't realize that was going to interrupt the dialogue. I'm sorry, Stanley. There you go. I have now experienced the Minecraft and Portal experience in Stanley Parable as well. So there you go. Look at me playing both of the games for a full experience-ish. All right, let me open up the old one again. I mean, the new one. And then I'll get the achievement for quitting the game and coming back. Okay. It wants me, see? It wants me to enter the current time again. I didn't realize it would ask me again. I also kind of think it's interesting that it doesn't just already know the PC's thing. It is now 5:57, so we're a little bit later in the day. Hey, that's the Apocalypse experience. Oh, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. All right, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? I'm not even in the game and it's gaming me. Wow. I mean, it's so right, but I assumed that the time thing was important, so that's why I said it. I can't believe it asked me to do that a second time. We're having the most unique Stanley Parable experience that you could possibly have, which is we play this game, then we go and play the original for like a couple of things, and then we boot up this game again and we get hit with that. There we go. And I finished my food. I'll have to choose my next favorite time later on.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I clicked the I'm part of that percentage that has skipped the intro. And I got my welcome back achievement. Yes, 100% achievements is definitely obtainable. If I change the time on my PC to 10 years from now, I assume that the achievement would pop. But maybe that's actually the point of the fact that the game asks you for the time. Maybe it is like not allowed to actually track your PC time, so you can't like take advantage. Or like maybe when it, I don't know, maybe it has a different way of checking the true time. Okay, we are now back in Stanley Parable. And it is time for us to go forwards.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now I got to figure out what we should do that's different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, we got confusion ending by going right and then left, didn't we? Because we were initially breaking away. Shall I try and pursue that again?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Sorry, what was that? What did you say? Back on track? I'm going down here. Oh no, 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 no. This is the one where you get confused and you run around and you say you're in a dream and then you die. Let's prevent ourselves from even going down there. I am not running around and saying I'm in a dream and then I die and then it's that woman. I remember that where that went, wasn't it? That's where that went. How did I get confusion ending? How did I start that? It's so funny to like, this is the only moment where my brain is like, how do we recreate something? Because we've just been fucking vibing. We've just been going through based on a feeling without trying to recreate anything. The dream one is if you go down the stairs from the boss's office. downstairs elevator is the confusion ending. Was right. And then I was right, and then my doubts, they betrayed my memory. I said, "Oh, wait a minute, I think this is the one where we die." Now who's confused? Certainly not me. That's funny.
When Stanley came
well, now I just wasted everybody's time.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
You're confused.
just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful. But
once we get the adventure line, it's going to be peak, and then I will actually maybe take a picture of the confusion line.
So he detoured through the
Stanley has a camera phone.
Ahead to the opposite door and got back on track.
There was different dialogue for the break room?
He didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back...
That's funny, I literally tuned it out of my brain, actually.
From here, it's, Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
If you start at the left, it doesn't even open the door fully, so you can't even get through.
What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Lovely.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick,
this is the mind control facility.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
We just have to get back to...
Employee CCTV.
I'm kidding. It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Says, it looks like you're trying to control a vast number of slaves with a mind control machine. Do you want any help with that? Because that's the mind control facility and we're seeing it from above. God damn. So now we've restarted, but it's not really a restart. And now it begins.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
What an exciting story we're in. I didn't get dialogue this time. Maybe it's because you have to go in a particular direction. I haven't gone this way before to Inner Guilt. Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself.
I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
It's nothing.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
And now we're in
Well, I'll be honest,
the
I don't
woodwork
recognize this
place.
place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay, Adventure Line
All
is
right,
here.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley.
We're playing a roguelike now.
Nope.
We lost our progress before, now we have to get it back, so now we know where to go. We run really fast.
There's no story there. Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa.
I didn't think I had to go into that room,
Back there?
but I did anyway.
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure
The in and out
what
yellow line room.
that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
The shitty confetti with the children celebrating noise, like Grunt birthday party in Halo. Oh, fern!
Cut the music.
Fern!
And look at that fern.
Do I have to look at it with the dialogue, probably?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
I remember it.
Make sure you study it closely. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you...
Employee pirate. There's a pirate employee. There was a pirate employee. So we've seen...
Stanley, I say forget the
We've seen
adventure line.
Clippy.
What's it ever done for us?
trying to help us
Right?
with the mind control device.
Our own story. Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
So, is the game... I'm the narrator. I'm controlling Stanley through mind control. And I go, oh, he went left. That doesn't make sense, does it? Then where's this narrator voice coming from? What am I doing as the player in this meta-narrative? How many employees have I maybe mind controlled to their own deaths, with this guy being the last guy?
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story.
The brain is ticking.
What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
But then there's a woman narrator voice as well. That was like, these guys, they need each other.
You again. Stanley.
Me and
I'd
the
also
player,
like to veto
me and the
line
gamer,
from
me and
having any
the
role in our
character.
Awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Well, after we achieve the confusion ending, we're going to go into the mind control facility instead of picking escape, and we'll see what happens.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Okay. So, what did we miss? Stanley attempts to play the story but is prevented, unable to go anywhere or do anything. Did we get that? Did that happen? We started again, did we not? I'm taking a picture of this. Find the line again. Begin following the line. Find an identical replica of the office that has begun to deteriorate. Attempt to make up a story here. There is no longer an office, simply blank space. Wander in the backlands, find a bookstore, get bored and leave. After a long time, Stanley dies. Okay. So the narrator forgets about the previous restart. This happens, and then attempt to play the story but is prevented.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
The end is never the end. It says after that I will not be able to do anything, but I am able to do something, and that was the core thing. Am I being trolled with the confusion ending? That it is just literally confusing me, and I'm not actually able to get past that point because he's broken the cycle by refusing to restart, but then the game forcefully restarts anyway, technically being a restart, but in a different way? How many layers to the confusion is there? The fact that I can do something leads me to believe
all of his co-workers were gone,
that I can't do anything about that.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
think that's where we're
When
at.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered. This was not the correct way
Oh,
to the
I didn't mean to
meeting
do that.
room.
Hold on. I didn't mean to do that. Would the game really lie to me like that? Yes, it would, because the game is never the end.
All of his co-workers were
We're going to go the right way, and we're going to go into the mind control
Stanley
facility.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Instead
he
of
was simply
pursuing the
misremembered.
confusion ending twice.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Take me to the mind control facility.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Should we do the closet again?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
This time I listened to him.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And going down the stairs was the crazy dream moment where we're like freaking out. How do we get to the mind control one again? Because going right and to the left is the confusion ending. There's an elevator here which we didn't go down last time when we went this way. We've been going through so many different rooms and so many different pathways that I'm trying to now recall my pathways for the first time. Am I going the right way for what the ending that I'm thinking of, or no? Whoa. I've been given a crosshair. I don't know where this goes. We have glowing paper that I can't interact with. Recommendations from the Oversight Committee in 1991. Alright. We'll do the elevator next time. We're going to go to the mind control facility.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
The fact that this room has you took too long to do what he asked you to, or you did it before he could even finish, is very fun. Oh, man. That's pretty funny. That's pretty fucking funny.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
That dialogue is very clever in hindsight now, with the element of we've removed ourselves from the environment of the mind control, therefore we are now starting to question what's going on, but why do we only feel that now? We've left the mind control zone, and that's why we can now escape, and we end up in that room. Very clever little dialogue that it did not even click with me the first time, obviously, but then you go, whoa.
Mind control facility.
Let's take a look. So we've found this room earlier and the lights and the screens are all automatically on, but not this time.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Man. Is there any, like, people that are here right now, have you watched anyone play this game that just did what they were told, like, the whole way through at the start? Like, they went left and then they just went left. Like, have you watched anyone not, like, instinctively go against the grain? Getting some yeses. What were those playthroughs like? Like someone going, he went left and then he just went left. There was no like element of let's go the other way. Because if you do it as intended, you go left, you go to the boss's room, you go down here, then you discover this facility like normally, and then it gets unraveled instead of getting up to the thing and he goes, it's a spoiler. Because it's so interesting to think about a game or an experience like this where I love something that is not super linear and has that player freedom, because it is at that point up to the type of player that they are. As soon as I have two doors and he goes, and they went left, and I'm like, okay, so you're deciding for me. So now I want to see what happens if I do the other thing. And that's the curiosity that is, that kills the Mapo. I think it does make sense that there are people that have certain ways of thinking where they will do what they're told in the game. Like they'll just be like, this is how I play the game. We go this way because there must not be anything the other way. But people have many different ways of like viewing situations, which is very cool. Employee observation protocol. I love that this is all actual text. I cannot crouch to the point where I can read it, sadly, because there's no jump. I can't jump on the desk. 2C, if despite adherence to protocol 2A and Protocol 2B, an employee leaves the office during work hours and a system loop has failed, you must terminate. 2D, please note that employee 432 is a test case. While the need for Protocol 2A may seem unlikely, Procedure 2A to 2C need not apply. In the event of 432 attempting to leave the office, contact supervisor and then contact 432 prize pool. 3A, if a monitoring screen fails to initialize contact maintenance and temporarily switch control over to desk screen. 4A, in the case of a Class 4 event, close system gates and consult with supervisor. 4B, in the case of a Class 3 event, close system gates, consult with supervisor, prime your consoles for info dump. There's many different, all of these pages are different. There's a 1A. I just have to rotate myself the right way around. 1A, if an employee begins exhibiting unscheduled emotions, immediately contact supervisor. 1B, please note, employee 432 is a test case. If an employee attempts to leave, hang on. Okay, yep, that's 2A. If an employee attempts to leave the office via any non-scheduled means, like a window, vehicle, unsafe door, set employee status to default, and then back to their previous mode. If attempts to leave persist, contact supervisor. 2B. If, despite adherence to Protocol 2A, an employee somehow manages to leave the office during work hours, you must initiate lockdown procedure for that section immediately and without delay. This will create a temporary loop in system architecture that must then be closed by your immediate superior. And then it goes into 2A. This is so... the layers, man. for employee observation.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom means nothing is 432. So interesting to look at everything. This one is cool. I'm trying to read employee 528 from a distance here. There's text on this screen, so I gotta read it, right? Error, error, beep, beep, boop, error. It's just saying beep, beep, boop, error. Hold on, ready? I'm gonna get real close to my monitor and damage my eyesight. Beep, boop, error. Honestly, do you know what it's like to put so much detail into little things? Hold on, I'm getting there. So much detail into little things like this. I mean, I'm typing this out and I have no idea why. Will anybody even look at this texture? Hold on, I'm gonna, with second round. Will it increase the value of somebody's gameplay experience? I don't know if you're reading this. You're probably the only one. Hold on. I think I was so close to the end. You're probably the only one. Hello. That's the Apocalypse camera. That's for me. That's for me to read. I love being able to read the really small, minuscule text that I shouldn't be allowed to read. How good was that? Ah, the boundary break. That would be that's a great shout. I love when they do that.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
This is so funny. I love that we've made it to the story, which is actually so easy to get to. But it's, if you keep going against the grain, the narrator gets to a point of trying to make or like force a particular story, and it's just like, it's not working. All right, mind control status. I mean, it says that it's offline, so let's just leave it alone, right? Ah, okay, wait, hold on. There's the number 5 in here. Do I have to hit the bunch of different numbered buttons? Mind controls idle, awaiting input. Might have to go and press those buttons first.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I love that it's just a big on and off button to press. It's very funny. The Pale Bride. 6/2. year 321. Dear Diary, tending to my husband has been easier than I was afraid it would be. Yes, there's days when it requires more strength than usual to keep going. I'm still getting increasingly more sick. Nothing will change that. But it's not so bad, really. All I have to do is dote on him and try to anticipate his desires, and he's happy with me, no abuse or anything. Sure, it's not as if I like him. He's an ugly 40-year-old man who only cares about politics, never tells me anything. Love, well, that's certainly no concern. I don't know where I ever got the impression that was something that could happen in a marriage. I thought it was something from the past, but, well, I was young before I got put in stasis. It must have been a mistake of childhood. But so long as I do as I'm told, I'm not mistreated, like I was by my sister. And sleeping with him feels good. I really hope I don't get pregnant soon. I don't want that to stop. Doing that is really the only thing that makes me actually happy these days. Well, that and Jay Hua's talks with me. She's nice. She keeps me company when I stay up to wait for his return. She fetches servants to take me to bed on. And that's it. The Pale Bride, Dear Diary. You never know what you're going to find on these random pieces of paper. The other one is interviewing and interrogation techniques. So you think that they really go together? It fucking destroyed my ears. I shut down the mind control.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Freedom. What if I do not step through?
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, we beat the game. Complete the Stanley Parable. That's so insane. But technically, it's never the end. Someone pressed the restart loop. But we did get the achievement for beating the game. So, has anyone that played this game, or like that you watched play the game, did you achieve that on the first ending, or have you watched people achieve that on the first ending, or was there like anything that made them divert from that path? Because that's the first one that you can get just by doing as you're told.
All of his co-workers,
and then you're free. You know.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
Doesn't feel earned.
He had simply missed
Does
the
it?
demo.
It doesn't feel like I earned it, which I think is really funny. It feels like you just have so many opportunities to completely divert, right? What did they want me to do? That was like try opening 435 times. Was that what that was? That door achievement? 435 times.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
You're gonna make me go to a different door. 20 clicks into 417. I was super prepared to smash the E on my keyboard until it broke. But you're gonna make me go to 417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
A few times. Where is 437?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
This guy hates me so much. Is that because I'm clicking on doors? Oh, is this Stanley Ultra Deluxe? Is that new content? Is that that's because I beat the game, right? I beat it, so I can get that.
Now back to door number 437.
All right. See, I'm locked in. Not right now, new content. I'm doing doors. Well, you said back to the door, but how many times?
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
I can't. I don't have a jump. Oh my god, just because you put a box here. Awaiting input.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Input received. Okay. 416. Wait, but there's an input thing. I hadn't seen that before. Is this 416? Oh my god. Is this 416? It doesn't have a fucking number on it. There isn't a 416. There's a 417 and a 415. Is it the one that doesn't have a number on the door, you fuck? $416. Is this 416? The new content door used to be 416. Oh my god. Well, no. Well, it's not the fucking 416 door anymore, is it? I can't even open and close the door. No, dude.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
They hid 416 through the fucking behind it. God damn it. They put it in there, you asshole.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I feel like I just made him come. Like, feel used. I got an achievement out of it. There's a game. That was clicking on 430, and now we're here. So I've achieved normal ending, and I've achieved quite a few other endings. Now it would just be every single time I have some form of diverging pathway, just go and do like the other thing.
When Stanley
So I could go and do this, for example.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
I'm
stop
gonna
by the employee
listen
lounge
for the
first, just
dialogue
to
here and see if it's new. Also, I never saw that monitor before with the PC, where it said like input, and then it put one pink square in there, but then I couldn't interact with it again.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper. Something darker.
Is this new? This is new dialogue for this.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
This is normal, because this is what we had before. But the something darker part.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Third instance?
It's possible
Interesting.
that this is why everyone left.
Alright, we're going to let him talk, and then I'm going to read this piece of paper that I can see. Give him a moment. He's going to yap for a bit longer.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
All these documents are so funny. They're just so random. Alright, I don't think he's talking anymore. A short history of the relations between Poland and Austria-Hungary. 5th Annual Subcommittee Meeting of Internal Revenue Analysis for Committees of the Royal Revenue Discussions Club. No girls. The committee hereby proposes the following. All internal revenues be reviewed exclusively by interim members of royally appointed subcommittees. The human beings accepting the members of the 5th Annual Subcommittee Meeting of Internal Revenue Analysis for Committees of the Royal Revenue Discussions Club. Smell. Dude, I'm so wasted right now. Hereby, the following members approve this statement. Words. Americans don't much know this slang term. It's something is mainly something, and Australia. It's rude, describing a pretentiously superior something person, arrogant person. Words. That's too small. I can't read that one, it's too small. But apparently, Americans don't really like that word. General questions about bucket filling. This text is getting very small, to the point where I cannot read it. But there's so many, and they're funny, actually. Some of them sadly get to the point where it's so pixelated. I can read the second to last thing on this one that says high five yourself. Anyway, this one is actually readable, kind of, but it's handwriting. What is it about this place, the weeks I've spent here? They feel like mere seconds. Seconds by extension? Feel so short they might as well not exist. It is the nature of this room, its essence. It calls to me, tugs at my soul. Something in me is something for something I've never known, never dared to. I want to put it into words to share this feeling with others. But where can I even begin? It's a feeling and something of understanding and knowing. Truth with a capital T. Would I say the lounge has spoken to me? Yes, but in a cryptic tongue created specifically for this very communication. Sacred in its purpose, then discarded as soon as it's used, never to be spoken again. A single moment of clarity, of connection between man and room, then shut forever. A memory. Or perhaps not a memory, but an insight into the past that never happened. Also, I'm hungry. There is a connection with this room, see? The fact that there is like something unique on all of this shit is actually very admirable, right? And yes, the fact that I will attempt to read it does prove that I am indeed insane.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
No worries, Auto. Thanks so much for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed the chaotic adventure. Have fun at Comic-Con. There's a lot of duplicates, which is so fair. They are fucking documents on the floor.
5 years ago.
But we have had a good read of some of them, right? Some of them are a bit more digestible. All right, guys, we've finally made it. I'm going to take the lift. As much as I'm tempted to run off. We're going to take the lift all the way across. Look, there's freedom right there.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her? You're asking for her, huh? What are we doing? The other voice?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
What do you mean, Mr. Narrator?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Psychic damage. Taking it. Psychic damage.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
But she's so beautiful. A complete template of nothing.
But you're in my story now.
She's perfect. She's everything I want her to be.
It's a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press F on your keyboard. All right, hold on a sec. I'm spending time with my beautiful wife. Just give me 5 minutes. She's a blank template. I can put anything I want on her. She's not even her own person. Perfect. Why would you want that? Now that's called sarcasm. I refuse. All right, it's going to make me press F. Ah!
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
I'm being punished.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
Just like the intro.
Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
I love that it's literally like how the game starts. Stanley is at his thing and he presses buttons and he gets told how to press buttons. And now I'm doing that. But in a room where everything is really clean except for the sink.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
I was wondering if we were going to be like spelling out something with all of the letters so far. We did FOR, but then we got Z. And I don't think FORS is going anywhere unless we're going to type out Forza Motorsport 6.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Please press O to spend time with the boys. I love that, you know, there was a TV here, now it's a clock.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Fortsob is the name. Press B to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Oh my god. Hey, all those things. We've done those. Please press M to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
It makes me think deeper about the element of this game. Like, are we just very bored office worker that starts to imagine all of these crazy, wacky scenarios that could exist within the context of the office? You know, I'm just in my room, I'm bored, I'm pressing buttons, and then I'm just a big daydreamer. And, oh man, what if it's mind control and I go and shut it down and free myself to greener pastures? Or what if it's this? And what if I go down here? I love that that is a totally valid like thought process, but it could also totally be real mind control. And everything is very strange here. I don't know, man. It's very funny because it has like this element of, I get a bit of a Portal vibe in the sense of like the banter. And I say banter, it's one-sided banter between you and GLaDOS. And it's like this with your narrator. So it's like, it's kind of similar in that sense of like, I'm going through my fucking Portal simulations, but in an office. This is Portal for men. And it's Office Portal. I love you, blank template mannequin wife. It's so good how you validate my each and every existence by being a perfect reflection of me.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
G to go to sleep at my desk. I love that it's just slowly transforming into the office. Do I have a secret door in my office? What do you think?
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Please press J to be at work in the morning. Let me be late.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Please press Q to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
I think we found the very depressing ending. I think we found the depressing one. Oh, man. Guy comes into the office on a holiday and goes crazy with no one else there. So bizarre. Now what do we do? After that one, I'm feeling lost. And more lost than I was before. Let me rip apart this desk and go through the imaginary door on the other side to my loving wife who wants me to tell her about my day pressing buttons. And I won't reciprocate the question. I'll ask her for a beer and go to bed on the couch. Like a model office husband. What should we do? We're gonna go right, then we're gonna ignore left 3 times, and then we'll go left on the next thing and see where we end up on each of these denials. Each moment where he goes, please go here, and we tease him for a bit and then go through.
Decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Or should I escape? He wants me to please die.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
This game is so magic.
In this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or 2. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
I think it makes so much sense why dialogue in this room has multiple iterations.
Yes, really.
The first dialogue when you walk in, it makes sense.
Eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, it makes sense to be able to go through, because you have to go through that room multiple times to get to all of these like go left moments. So the fact that you get a different piece of dialogue each time is a really cool amount of effort there.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have 0 consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. From
a symbolic standpoint as well, I do love the fact that this comes across as, you know, very much like, will you take the red pill or will you take the blue pill? We are in our own matrix right now. And I'm going to take the red door first, and then we're going to run through it again, take blue, then red, then we're going to go blue, then red. Because we're doing all of the possible avenues, of which there are many.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
All of these, you know, doing what he's saying, like going the opposite of what he says, and then doing what he says after, it's kind of building. Because in the last one, where he's trying to get us to stop, and then we're doing this again, but the next room over, and it's like a bit more of the same. He just wants me to stop.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
So beautiful. Blue donut. It's the butthole of space. Oh, I'm missing a bunch of shit around me. There's green and there was sparkles. Oh, and the blue's gone. I was looking at that beautiful space. I was looking at space butt. Now I've got green. I didn't realize there'd be more. You know what? There is a inherently very calming presence about this, that it does actually quite make me relax. I mean, you can't help but not feel relaxed. Look at what I'm looking at. It's beautiful. I'm witnessing a miracle in real time. I'm surprised that this is just like a let it sink in moment. It makes me think like I should maybe be doing something. But it's just so gorgeous that do you really need to do anything? There is an invisible wall there. So we're all good. Pretty sure that's the door that we came from. I think. the stars are disappearing. We're witnessing the death of the... Oh! More stars actually in this. Whoa! Thought we were going to witness the death of the universe right in front of our very eyes. Move on. I'm going to try and move on. Because I've just been absorbing all this energy that's so beautiful. And
No,
it turns out...
Wait, where are you going?
And it turns out that this was actually a new door. So I think the door that we came from actually disappeared. Like, no, wait, where are you going?
Right. Where were we?
He just wants to sit here and just let it happen. Oh, man. It makes me feel like you could just wait out the whole thing, which is so funny. We're gonna turn around now. I'm sorry, narrator. We've entered the unpainted room section. Now it looks so bad.
Oh
And-
no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
This is the narrator wanted to achieve happiness with the stars. And now I'm climbing the dangerous stairs.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh,
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
why are we getting more and more depressing at this point with these endings? He did ask me to die last time, said please die. With the wife. Hey, remember when you gave me a fake wife? Why are you begging now?
No! Oh, thank God you lived.
Now I'm broken
You
ankles.
had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Or do I go... Oh, do I go back around again? It's just a person and son and a dog.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Wants me to stop moving. How do we escape from this? How do we escape from this, narrator?
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no, what are you doing?
Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
I gotta do it again.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My
Don't-
God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
I have to look directly into the camera and say, "Hey, YouTube monetization, how you doing? I'm not dying by doing this. We're jumping off a diving board into a pool, but the water's invisible. I'm still just fine when I land. There's no actual intent of anything wrong going on here. We're just jumping off and going, wee! This is so fun. It's just so fun."
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Don't listen to the narrator, YouTube. It's not relevant. It's actually a glitch, and he's talking about a different moment in the game, and it's just a bad coincidence that it's being addressed right now at this particular moment while I'm jumping off the fun ledge and going, wee again, you know? I'm not real.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Restart. We're going to sleep. Oh, yeah, we wake up in the office. Monetization acceptable. Because it's just jumping from a really great height and going, wee, I had so much fun again. And then we go, I was so tired from jumping off the ledge over and over. And now I got to rest. And now we woke up again in the office. And chat, you may go, that's a bit unnecessary, isn't it? YouTube doesn't like the scene where Kratos falls off the ledge. He doesn't even go anywhere. You don't even see him do anything. YouTube hates the Kratos scene because of the implication. But in Devil May Cry 2, it's fine because he does a superhero landing at the end. And that actually came before God of War, so he did it first.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Okay. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I didn't.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really?
I almost, it's like, there's a problem where I'm like, I'm almost going to fail.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No, I didn't.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I guess now I will.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
This feels the same.
Is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here.
This might feel the same.
Running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
I feel like going through the red door a second time must be the same, right?
want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh.
I'm sorry to disrupt you, narrator, but I have to not do it.
All of his co-workers. What could it mean?
Do
Stanley
we go
decided to
through
the meeting
the
room.
red
Perhaps
door
it's
when it
something
has
to
all
remember.
of the arrows, and that will be something different? Because the layout is
When Stanley came to a set
changed.
of 2 open doors, this was not
Maybe?
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Admire the room once again.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
This game is really amazing in the sense that, like, the first approach that we've done, you know, just not understanding at all what we're about to get ourselves into, and then working your way through the game over time, it becomes this just crazy journey of, okay, I've got to go this way and do this thing.
Really?
Because
I was in the middle of something.
this
Do you
is
have
how I can
zero
go down this
consideration for
pathway.
others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I hope this is a new one, but we'll see. It kind of looks like it might walk into the same one, but maybe it's a bit different on the third try.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Nah, this is the
See, that
same.
I really
Yeah.
have wanted you to be happy all this time.
I think I've reached it all then,
The
right?
two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
Have I done them all through this pathway? Because then it's like, it's 3 red, then we went through the blue, and that's when you get thrown into the video games. I'm pretty sure I've taken each right and wrong pathway now on that side. I'm pretty confident with that. And I think with that, we're now going to get to a point in the stream where if there's any particular pathway that I have yet to experience, now is the time in the game in the stream, because I've ran through it like enough times where if there's something you'd like me to see, you can now push me in that direction, right? Because we'll probably do like a few more runs, and then we'll probably call that our Stanley Parable experience. Because I think this game is fantastic. I think this game's fantastic, and it's so much fun. Like the discovery of it and how many different pathways there ends up being, and like the realization of like what we're actually getting into. But it obviously is getting into it'll get into a formula where we start doing what we've been doing now, which is like, oh, this is wrong, restart, and then it becomes systematic. So I think that it's acceptable for us to now be at that point of like, if you want to give me a hint of like something I can interact with to experience something new, I think that's understandable. We've found a lot of things organically, which has been very satisfying. Very, very satisfying. I know that there's the elevator in the boss's room, that we haven't done that. So that's something that I'll do now, I think, actually. Because that's one that I was aware of.
Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Ooh, look. Almost all of the computers are on. And And it says end is never the end is never the end. And then he said something different. Different ones. Multiple. Oh. Look. I've done 2 now. Look, I've done 2. It saves the progress of an input I put in earlier. I don't know how it works, but I guess is it randomized that sometimes on a spawn there'll be the input screen and I can put it in a different run? We will do new content as well. That'll be something that we do.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And I'm here. All right, so like I said, this is one that I kept in mind, so I'll do this. Ooh. Ooh, I can hit both of them. And then obviously I'll look at this list. You can exit the very first room after you leave 427 somehow. New content is like a game on its own. Turning on the machine at the end. Oh yes, turning it on, right? Very true. Instead of off. Phone room without answering the thing. Oh, you got to do the broom closet ending. The broom closet ending is my favorite. I hope that proves that I did it already. But up or down? Is there an up or down? The classic. There's elevator music. How long is this elevator, actually? Let me out. Oh my god. I regret this immediately. There's no emergency stop. Ah, we're cooked. Help! Help! I've put myself in the elevator of infinite despair. The narrator is just humming along to the music. Can't wait for this elevator music to be like some form of copyrighted musical track. Oh, you're gonna be kidding me. I just like pressed up it. Where was I going? Nowhere. Nowhere. Can I go down? This is fucking insanity, bro. Let me listen to what he's saying, because I wonder if he's actually telling me that he's calling me an idiot right now. Right now. I don't know if he's actually saying anything, but this whole time of, oh, we're gonna go to the elevator. Fucking fuck. Fake elevator. Fucking fake elevator.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
This time I was going to input the code when he asked me to, but he's decided that now he wants to rush. So I can go back up here.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
The elevator light is off, so I guess we're not going back down.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
He loves me. What do you think? Do you think he loves me? I think he loves me.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Naturally, we have to piss him off.
We were going to go forward down the spooky corridor. No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
I can't wait for it to be the boss's office.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Oh.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
We were talking about that dipping bird.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
And we'll go back down.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Now, dare I go back up again? Oh, I don't think it upset him this time. He doesn't want to talk to me anymore. He doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Oh,
You know what?
actually.
I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Oh my god. The fact that it doesn't go to the boss's place. The anticipation, the tension, the build-up. I'm on the red carpet. The narrator's spitting facts though, isn't he? Right?
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
All eyes on Stanley, live on stage, and it's just the fucking that character model. World's healthiest human being, old tricks revealed. How we did it, the pyramids. Live, the guy who went to Mars. The storyteller, Stanley reveals all in his new book. Oh my god. An evening with world peace, baby. The Stanley Parable, Stanley, tonight live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable, Stanley.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
A Q&A with the world's first sentient machine. Oh no, it looks like it's in pain. Doing great, a conversation with Alexander the Great. There's another one back there, but I can't see it. There's another one back there, but I can't see it. The stage. Welcome, Stanley.
I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. You ready for me? I'm taking a look around. National Geographic, and it's just straight up, just is National Geographic. Here's 427. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your co-workers. and you've just given me my fucking... You've given me my picture that's in my room. All eyes on Stanley. I see it in the wallpaper. Clever symbolism. All eyes on Stanley. I see it. An unforgiving account of ups as well as downs. Highs and lows. Isn't that what life's about? 5 stars on Star Magazine. Stanley is irrevocably bidirectional. Stanley is irrevocably bidirectional. In his memoir, Up Again, Down Again, The Stanley Story, he offers a rare glimpse into a conflicted young man's experience of going up, then going down, but then up and down, and up once more. Stanley's other work includes walking around and pushing buttons. Up Again, Down Again, The Stanley Story. Adventure awaits. Wish you were here. Aloha from the Freedom ending. Narrator Airlines, NA official. I went to the mind control facility and all I got was this lousy sticker. I played the demo. Break a leg, champ. Your boss. Story. Stanley. Me. David. Age 6. Stanley, me, and David at age 6. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You are too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. I love the way you ride elevators. Break a leg champ twice. Which insinuates it's not a handwritten letter, but something that he has written once and photocopied multiple times and gives to every single employee as a copy paste, and he accidentally gave me 2. It's not a handwritten note. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get him, Tiger. Stanley, my true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife. From the apartment ending. I love this game. I love this game so much. Now let me play golf. Stupid game that I adore. Actually, just ridiculous. Oh, wait, hold on. I missed the meet and greet with the Lord poster. Featured keynote speaker, the Lord. Meet and greet. Oh! That was overstimulation, and that's why I don't do public speaking. Wow. That was truly something.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Dies of overstimulation on stage. Okay, so fucking incredible, by the way. Absolutely incredible. Now, I should try a desk, apparently. 4, 3...
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'm free, I'm falling.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Is he just going to say the same thing if I come back to this one? And he's just making fun of my ability to want to explore multiple options. I have invisible walls, so I can't go very far. I am in a box. It does want me to manually leave myself. I don't know if I'm able to sit here forever without anything happening, but I'm being blinded by the light. I'm going to have to restart manually. And I will do it again, you fucking narrator. Wait, there's a phone. Wait.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
There was a phone call for a change. All right. I'm getting so many cardboard boxes. Okay. I love that I went to this stupid phone. Why the fuck would I go to this phone? It was not a fucking analog dial-up. It was not a rotary phone ring, but it's green. So my brain went, that's visually interesting. It's that one. I'm going down here.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
So sick of the gag that I came here just to say yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
How long will it go for of him trying to get me to press escape and quit? He's just gonna keep playing the music while I get just fucking blinded by the light. Hey, anyone who's trying to sleep right now, wake up! Wake up! And while we wait, I'll answer your question. Thomas Epic 7, thanks for joining, by the way. Thanks for being a new member. Every single game day stream, every single one, has been the result of the wheel spin. We spin a wheel at the end of each stream, and that determines the next week's game. And what we've been doing, this is actually the first of its kind. 2 wheels, 2 results, and then the viewers that are active in the stream at the end get the privilege of being able to choose which game out of the 2 will be the one that we play. So there's a bit of an actual live stream engagement privilege for the people that are actually watching here live. I'm leaving. I can't do it anymore. Can't do it anymore. That's how long that I went for, so thank you very much. I survived. That long. Thank you for the... Hey. My own fault.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
And there are the boxes. Ooh, hang on, we've got the never the end boxes. Oh no, that means there's an input monitor, I think. I hope it's not one of these ones. I think it is. Is it over the... It might be over the other side, blocked by boxes. Please be in this room instead. Oh, there's more boxes. Oh no. Oh no, what if one of these is one of the input monitors? And they're blocked by boxes. No! I'm going into the new content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
We're doing new content. Or should I turn the mind control thing on? Let's turn the mind control thing on. Let's make that the last thing that we do, because that's like the end again. We can make it a different end. We'll turn it on. That sounds good to me. New content. I am going to allow myself to experience Ultra Deluxe. What do you got for me?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay, more content. There's a bunch of stuff over there. There's a bunch of stuff over here. Let's have a look.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
A mesmerizing adventure. Is there a button?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I love that at the same time. I was like, is there a button? I was like, I thought I was doing something wrong. And the narrator questioned it too.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle,
Oh my god, they've given me a jump. Oh my god, I can jump. They've added jump to the game. Ultra Deluxe jumping. I can't jump anymore. I cannot jump anymore.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
It's the equivalent of that Willy Wonka thing where people were like going through a Willy Wonka experience and it was just like that random fucking warehouse. I can't even remember. You know what I'm talking about. Fucking that Willy Wonka experience thing. That was the equivalent to that.
Elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it.
The narrator,
whatever it is.
The narrator having a very sensible freak out over the fact that we had a jump circle. What do we got? It's more office space.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh, I've restarted, but it's different in here now. Whoa, we're special. Hey, that's where I used to walk out. I remember that. Now I'm here. And I don't know what it means.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Sunset. Living in the West. But what if I go this way? What if I immediately get us off on the wrong foot? Oh. It's the hallway after those offices that goes to the left and right door. I remember it anywhere. I've seen it countless times. You can go the normal way through there. I'll go this way. The in-between. We've made it. We're going to end up in another game. It's taking a long time to load. It's going to be Halo. Combat Evolved. Oh, we're finally going to do the FPS mission that they removed because they were like, we don't want people thinking we're making fun of shooters. It's going to be Halo Combat Evolved. And we're shooting aliens. Or it's Metal Gear Solid 1 when we're in a vent and we go in first person.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be?
Yeah.
It got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Stanley Parable narrator made his own Ultra Deluxe. Whoa. Elden Ring. We're going to Elden Ring. It came out in the same year. It's an Elden Ring crossover.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
And that's what my YouTube channel is for my peak experiences, to be kept forever. The Memory Zone. We're outside, technically. And a beautiful picnic basket. Memory, sweet memory. Don't forget the Stanley Parable.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Back then, video games meant something, like BioShock Infinite. It was the time of my life. Our first kiss, my first car. The release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. The Stanley Parable by the narrator. 2013 alarm clock radio. I remember. The Memory Zone. Hey, that's me on the computer. This is so stupid. The original remake. Oh, the original remake. Stanley Parable, a galactic cafe game. The Stanley Parable is an exploration of story, games, and choice. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. The Washington Post. 6 components of a great corporate culture. John Coleman, Harvard Business Review. We've got a real screenshot right here. And that bit of history gets to be included in it as well. In loving memory. Good times. The self-aware nature of, remember? The British Academy of Film and Television Arts. The Last of Us. The BAFTA goes to Stanley Parable, not The Last of Us. The Audience Award at the 2014 Independent Games Festival, Stanley Parable. And the Collector's Edition, Indie Box, an old big box, agile performance for an agile business. Everything you need to make great ideas even better. In today's busy world, it isn't easy managing an effective productivity workflow. That's why the Stanley Parable can help you streamline your workplace efficiency with the Stanley Parable Advanced Computer Systems software. Productivity loss and or efficiency gain becomes a thing of the past. At last, the power to convert ideas into action is at your fingertips. With the Stanley Parable, at last, it's all in one box. And it's all been designed to fit with the way that you run your life into the ground to make money for someone else, at least. And those are the magazines that we've seen. And that is a picture. Let's continue. Smile because it happened. A trip down memory lane. Bits of music from the Stanley Parable vinyl. One singular dollar that's really large. A drawing of me at my computer. The Stanley Parable demonstration on his big CRT TV. Go outside, don't play for 5 years, now it's 10. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Is it? Is that an actual unachievable achievement? Or are they lying? Is it a trick? Achievement so good they framed him. Nominee for the BAFTAs at the British Game Awards of 2014 for game innovation, debut game, and story. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. That's the ending where I went crazy. Los Angeles Times. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. The bench where we look out on our memories together is the piano over there. In loving memory of little Stanley! Little Stanley! I missed that for a second. Someone's playing on the piano over there.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Hey, where's my Skyrim? It's Skyrim in the way that you restart and you wake up and the narrator says, "Hey, you're awake." How do you review a game like the Stanley Parable? You don't. I've played every game. I've played Persona 3 now. Insidious Tyrant's gonna be so happy. I've technically played Persona 3. The tasteful nostalgic. It was good. Hey, look, they put Minecraft in there. And they put Portal in there too. There you go. Framed forever. It's in the game technically. The top 10 memories from the Stanley Parable. I remember. Person of the year. The only 2 player models in the game. Game design. Ooh. Now hold on a minute. There's a downstairs. The memory zone maintenance. But not yet. Okay. Knowing your city. Before you can possibly know where to begin, your new street vending operation, you first have to get to know your city. I'll use Georgetown as an example. In this book, but in order to really get the knowledge, it's best to go explore. That's someone playing the game on an Apple Mac for Scott K. This sort of jokey edition of Stanley Parable. The red and blue door. A smiley face button, which I haven't seen. My number is 29.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
My video game memories. Hey, there's boxes in the way here. The Serious Room of 2013. How do you let me get in here? Let me into the Serious Room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
It's maintenance time. We have to fix this memory. It's awful. Steam reviews.
God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Not the Steam reviews. There's gonna be people that don't like the game and it's been abandoned. They're like, I hate this shit. It's not funny. It's stupid. Imagine having fun in a game. I can't shoot anything. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. This is very funny.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh, man. The fact that, you know, it's because it's a public Steam review. You attach your name to it. It's funny to see it immortalized in that way. Like, there's your name attached to that review of you being weak sauce and not being able to play a game with a bit of fucking humor to it. This ain't Call of Duty. Where's my gun? The narrator made a joke and I puked in my mouth and ate it, and that was still a better experience than listening to this guy speak. It's getting gloomy out here. I never expected to be out so happy, but at the same time, confused of being outside. In a game like this.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
So the Steam reviews are real, but they changed the names. They don't need to change the names. They put their opinion out there. Digital footprint.
What's this one got to say?
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Waiting for it to be like one of those things where it's like the meme of pressing skip in a cutscene and you're just like in a completely different place. Just like, how the fuck did we get here? It's like, that's what you get. I'm gonna be, before we press this skip button, I'm gonna be so fucking real with all of you. The idea of even being able to skip a single cutscene on a first time playthrough is fucking bananas. Like, so stupid that it's even an option that people, not only is it put in the game, but that people press it, right? I genuinely do not give a fuck if you don't care about the story. The fact that you can have someone just skip it and go, I don't care about this stuff, I want to button mash. It's not for you, man. It's not for you. Might be a harsh take, might be a hot take. I think it's fucking crap. I think the people that skip cutscenes and are proud of it and admit it just fucking sucks, man. Just fucking sucks. Because it doesn't serve any positive purpose. There are countless examples of people not knowing what happened, complaining about not knowing what happened. They fucking press the button. They don't care about the story, but then for some reason when it's not making sense, they'll start to care about it. Well, let's put 2 and 2 together, you know? Let's put the plus sign on the battery at the plus sign of the thing and not the other way around. Let's not, like, take 2 live wires and cross them together right in front of ourselves and then blame the fact that the wires were there, you know? Skipping cutscenes, if you have seen it before, absolutely. Like, if you die and then you repeat it, the game keeps track of that. On replays, absolutely. I skip cutscenes on replays too, because I already know the story. It's just like the element that people go, oh, I don't really care, I just skip the cutscene, play the game. And there are people that just, what I will say is if you're not a story person, that's fine. My vitriol is directed at people that play the story games, then complain about the story as if they didn't have the choice to experience it. You know what I mean? That really is like the thing. And I will probably struggle, but try and see the perspective of people that they want to just play the game, but it doesn't compute in my brain of, like, for me, playing the game, I need an investment of why I'm playing the game, and that usually comes with story. There are some games that are, like, really fun, that you can just engage with, that it feels fun to play, and that's all well and good. But I also, at the same time, want to feel a motivation to progress, and usually that comes with the story. So people who skip cutscenes, we have a fundamental disagreement in how we compose ourselves in life. It makes me mad, as you can tell. And obviously, as you can tell in how I play games on the channel, where people say, skip this game. You don't have to do all that extra shit. Don't read this, it's boring. I didn't watch any of the stuff that you read. Boring, skip. Why'd you take so long to do this? Fast forward, fast forward. Every now and again, I'll have someone wander into my channel and they'll be very lost, and they go, what's he doing? He's reading. Disgusting. And they'll be really mean on their way out. I go, hey man, riveting concept. Not everything on the internet is made for you specifically or to tailor to your every needs. And if it's not, there's usually a way to compromise or work around it. For example, a fast forward button. Without needing to be unnecessarily cruel and say, hey, you fucking stupid guy, stop reading and play the buttons. Press them. You take so long to do stuff, Grandpa. players are gonna take the story you wrote and make paper airplanes out of it. I like to do the extra stuff. And if someone tells me to skip a game, I will play it even harder as a result. And I think that's just like, that's a really unfortunate thing as well, is how common the, hey, don't bother playing this game, skip it entirely, or don't do this part of the game, skip it entirely. Whether or not that's their own opinion, it usually isn't. It usually is just like repeating the internet opinion of everyone says this is bad, therefore I'm going to also repeat that it's bad, and you shouldn't even consider experiencing it for yourself. And that happens so much. That does happen so much, you know? And it's also very common for people to play something for themselves and go, why did people tell me to skip this? Or, man, I really thought that this was going to be so much worse than it was because of the overreaction, you know? I've been told to skip Dark Souls 2. I've been told to skip Dragon Age 2. I've been told to skip Devil May Cry 2. Conveniently, a lot of 2s involved in this arrangement, right? And guess what? I like all of those 2s while being able to recognize their flaws. And I don't think it's worth a skip, you know? And do you get the joke? How we've been presented with the skip button, but I'm sitting here and yapping on purpose to not press the skip button. There's layers to this conversation we're having. Yeah, people did want me to skip Half-Life 1. People also say, don't bother playing the original game. A remake's coming out soon anyway. Like, for example, Knights of the Old Republic is a game that was on my backlog for so long, and I was so excited to finally play it, and I started my playthrough of that in 2022, right? I was told, upon posting episode 1, why bother? The remake comes out soon. You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Hey guys, how good was the Knights of the Republic remake that came out in 2023? So there are many examples of that. There are many examples. And I love to play. And I love to form my own opinion. Mass Effect Andromeda was one of those. I walked out of Mass Effect Andromeda being like, hey, I finished the game. And I don't regret my time with it. And it could have been so much more than it was. But, yeah, just unfortunate. Dragon Age the Veilguard, same thing, unfortunately. You know, just like, damn, I wish that circumstances were different. But I find something to enjoy about it regardless.
Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245.
This is what I sound like to people who really can't handle it and want to skip. And my rant just before, they just skipped it to get to this point and say, damn, he still hasn't pressed the skip button yet. It's all relative. It's just all relative.
Left until so much more than forever ago, which is why I say the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore
he's repeating.
Is, so on and so forth.
He's repeating.
We all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
The tree dying.
I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, and you... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret.
He's not saying anything. There is nothing to be said anymore. He's gone. I defeated him. You understand how ironic it is to say that, right? Considering the part of the game that we're in of, oh no, you've missed lots of cool dialogue. You know. That's the joke. That's the joke. Ah, I gotta change the smoke alarm battery. Let me skip it, please. Let me skip it. Oh, thank God. Get me away from the smoke alarm battery.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much.
We're getting water dripping now. How long has it been? I've now lost track of... I have no physical way to collect time.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
He's saying the thing!
End is never the end, 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 is never the end.
That water dripping is getting a little more aggressive now. Oh! 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 Hey! This is how I can get out of here. Eventually this will come down and then I'll be able to get out. How exciting. Ah, look. Daylight. Life out here. Where did that come from? Yeah, I'll press it again. They still got it. Me, long-term Stanley Parable fan, by the way, giving my review. They've still got it after all these years. The way that they can come back with Ultra Deluxe and do more jokes. And I was there, I know. Oh no. It's been long enough again that nature actually died, and I might be in, I think we've experienced the death of the universe. Oh no, now we're in a horror game. When is the pipe gonna fall down so I can climb out of here? And this is how I view people that skip games. And they go, what's going on? I don't understand. How did we get here? When's this skip button gonna... Ooh. A different exit has formed. And yes, when I said, when's this skip button gonna, that sentence was gonna end with, when is the skip button gonna break? And I got my answer. Oh my god, whoa! How did this place survive the test of time and we're now in the arid sands of wherever the fuck we are? Let me summon the sandworm. Oh, hold on. Let me do the movement. Don't want to set off the sandworm. Gotta do this movement. Listen, Agaib! June 3 sweep. Narrator, where'd you go? Where am I? I skipped past all of your dialogue like you intended. Actually, unbelievable. And yeah, there is a lot of dialogue that you get missed in a thing like that, but when the joke and the premise is that you're also skipping it because he's rambling for so long, it's kind of a little bit inevitable, unfortunately.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We're starting
No matter
again.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Are you upset with me, narrator? We've rebooted. And I do not have an input monitor. Oh. New content has been added. Why, yes, I will go and have a look.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Are you ready for more? There will be an elevator moment first and foremost.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god, it's the Stanley Parable 2! Skip this one. This one sucks. The end is never the end again.
Far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions. Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
We got it in the Resident Evil remake font. Everything is white and red and colorful and so modern and sleek. Testing 2 printers at the same time. There's a red phone and a black phone. And an Apple Mac, which has its logo covered for legal reasons. The Investor Showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Franchising potential. We got the 2 on the rug. The sticky notes where all I can see is a house, exclamation mark, question mark, and photos of painting. It's the painting, you remember, with Windows in the background, just default Windows screen, because they don't know how to make the photos full screen. Incredible. Incredible work. Just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the 2 of us. You and I. Stupid. We have candles. Just the fact that it's just crossing out C2 and that's it. New mug. Never underestimate coffee enjoyer who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. Bird. Remember the bird computer? Meeting at 2 p.m. Huh? Whoa, it's Stanley and the narrator as a drawing, as fan art. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Full red section of the chart. Boring sections of the chart. 2 times New Roman. Okay, we have fonts for 2. They're back. 2 doors. More TSP, better TSP, win-win, sequential mind share, the color red, leverage and holistic value. The fern. Guys, look, the fern. Remember the fern? There's 2 of them. Do you remember the fern? Because I remember the fern, and I remember that there was a moment where we had to remember it. Concept art, and it's a circle. Stanley Parable 2. Oh my god, there's logos. Different logos. One of those is absolutely Red Dead Redemption. I can't think about what the other ones are trying to mimic. One of those is absolutely Red Dead Redemption 2. I can just see it. I feel it. I imagine it. Oh, hey, here's a bigger one. Fuck me, bro. Oh, what? Let's look at this. Oh, wow, look at that. Anyway, Stanley Parable 2, that's the Red Dead one. This one has to be the Resident Evil because it's the 2 in the text. I don't know what that one is. I don't know what that one is either. And thanks for attending my meeting. Graphic design is my passion. to the Stanley Parable. Oh my god, and it's me, but there's another one of me and he's not on the computer. Like there's 2 employees, remember? 427 and then employee blank. I'm on to you.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them.
Oh no.
It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Oh no. It's modern game design. It's, hey, I'd love this to be in the game and this. And what about this thing? Yes. Hey, we've got to show off the game at E3 tomorrow. Did we decide what the game is? No. Do we have a trailer? Kind of. Let's reveal our game to the world, and we won't even know what it is. Hey everyone, this is BioWare's Anthem. Meeting plan. Scrum, design pitch, break, pitch design, number 2 chat. 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. 2 cocks. Who took the red marker? Me! No liquids. Use real Chomp GFX. Remember, don't hire... Oh. Feast on hope. Oh. Reject the poison of Uncle Hunger. Do not trust your pain. Remember to eat. Eat. Better dead than hungry. I was trying to read the paper and the laptop screamed eat at me. Hey, they did say no liquids. Use real Chomp GFX, which is there. Remember, do not hire delivery drivers. Disrupt food industry. Find child for audio effects. Profit. Crossed out, undercut competitors. Check food images. The monetization plan. We could undercut all competitors by going free. Defeat Uncle Hunger. Earn my dad's respect. The core loop. There's the core loop. It's an eating game, guys. That's it. We're reading the design brief for a eating game. Jeez. Crab, the ultimate sequel. Hit the giant enemy crab for massive damage. $600 console. Sorry, did I say 600? That'll be $1,000 in Australian. Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. I'm stuck. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, there we go. I just had to crouch. We're all good. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, and Dark Souls 2. Put Dragon Age 2 on here. I guess they're giving us a genuinely probably good games list, and then someone on the dev team genuinely believes they're like, Dark Souls 2 is a good game actually, do not contest. And so is Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar, which is not even a game. So I love that it's all games until it gets to the straight to VHS Aladdin sequel, Return of Jafar. Hey, you found me. You found me. I'm object to the color of the level. What is a mug not allowed to change its mind? Oh, I'm the color palette of the level. So what? Hey, I found the mug. What other 2s could we put in here? So many. Dead Space 2. I haven't played it yet, but assumedly Baldur's Gate 2. That's the one that everybody likes. That's what they're waiting for. What other sequels we got that we really like? Whenever I am forced to answer a question like this, my brain, it just stops working. People would probably be upset by, or like, I don't know if Halo 2 is controversial to say. I think Halo 2 is amazing, but it seems like, depending on who you tell that opinion to, it changes the response. There are people that love Halo 1's appearance and think Halo 2 is super ugly, and also the fact that Halo 2 was like cut a lot of stuff out. Halo 3 was supposed to be in that. Halo 2 is a great sequel. Red Dead Redemption 2, Mass Effect 2, absolutely. Absolutely. There isn't even an Overwatch 2. Doesn't exist. They dropped the 2. Jack 2, great. Skyrim, Oblivion, I mean, I guess... So I guess when we're talking about sequels, I think what we're specifically talking about is ones that are the second one. And while, yes, Oblivion and Skyrim are technically sequels because they're future titles, I think we're just focusing on 2, which would make the same sense. Jack 2, for sure. Jack 2 Renegade is wild. What else I got over here? Kingdom Hearts 2. I don't know why it took me so long to say that. They're gonna take me out the back and shoot me later, because I didn't say that first. Kingdom Hearts 2, guys. Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. Resident Evil 2. Why is that not on the list? Silent Hill 2. It's kind of it's not really a sequel, but it's got a 2 on it. Spyro 2. Crash Bandicoot 2. The Wrath of Cortex. Actually, I don't think it's called that. Is it called that? I can't remember. There's so many good sequels. This list is painfully short and misses so many iconic games. I need to like look at all of the games that I've ever beaten when I think about it, because it's so wild. Hollow Knight Silksong is technically a 2, guys. It's Hollow Knight 2. Soul Reaver 2, which is not, it's the Soul Reaver sequel. It's not the second Legacy of Kain game. Some people might say Hades 2. I haven't played it. I haven't even played the first one. I can't say. What else we got in here? Yes, Deus Ex Invisible War, chat. That's Deus Ex 2. Hey, Fallout 2. Fallout 2 is real. I don't have an opinion on Final Fantasy 2. I think people are a little bit contested on that one. I just played Planet of Lana 2. That's great. It's taken me way too long to also say Alan Wake 2. That they'll take me out the back and shoot me for that one as well. There's parties forming outside my house for every sequel I haven't said yet. Star Wars Battlefront 2 from 2005. Knights of the Old Republic 2. Yakuza 2. Nah, scratch that. Evil Within 2. I can't say it. Titanfall 2. Absolutely. Titanfall 2. Wrath of Cortex was apparently 4. Yeah, that does make sense. As soon as I said it, I'm like pretty sure it's the PS2 one. Both Battlefront 2s are good, yeah. Metal Gear Solid 2. I actually thought Metal Gear Solid 2, and the reason why I didn't say it out loud is because while I think it has aged very well, and I love Metal Gear Solid 2, I think what I'm thinking of is the controversy around the Raiden thing. Metal Gear Solid 2 was like the first thing I thought about. I just didn't say it out loud for that reason. Portal 2, Kelly. Portal 2. Yes. Yeah. I love that they say Arkham Asylum 2. Anyway, I've been staring at this for too long. Sequels are good sometimes. And sometimes they're not. Left 4 Dead 2. Left 4 Dead 2. That's a real game. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Every... probably Team Fortress 2, right? Because I haven't played that either. But every Valve game that is always a 2 is apparently always peak, right? You are the sequel. Valued investors, this way to the show floor once you've done figuring out how many sequels there are in the world and if they're good or bad. New features. New content. They got a bus. They got a bus. This is where you get your photos taken. To the expo hall to Spider-Man 2, but which one? The Raimi Spider-Man 2 or Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro? Because one of those is true. One of those is not. The Stanley Parable 2 Reassurance Bucket. Buckets are allowed.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
New. Nuevo. Merch. The end is never the end again. This t-shirt is the best new feature. I saw the new content. Welcome to the showcase. New content part 2. Oh my god. Office decorations, the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. That's new. The button that says the name of the player that is in the game. I'll press that. Name! Everyone's got one. Hear yours today. No jumps remaining. Player tiers. Oh, yeah, we only got 30 of those. I ran out. I used them all. Hate that over there. Enjoy the new features. I must hear my name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Guys, Todd Howard is responsible for this presentation. Do you remember the Fallout 4 reveal? I do. It was 2015. Greatest video game year of my life. Fallout 4 was revealed. But Final Fantasy VII Remake was also revealed, and that's why it was my most important year ever. But I will tell you, it just works. And you know why? Because that Fallout 4 presentation, regardless of how we feel about Fallout 4, Todd Howard, Bethesda, after that point, that Fallout 4 reveal and gameplay presentation is maybe in the top 5 gameplay reveals ever. It doesn't matter how the game evolved. It doesn't matter how we feel about it now. It doesn't matter if the story was not good. I'm focusing specifically on the Fallout 4 reveal gameplay presentation, which was the single greatest top 5 moment gameplay reveal ever, in my opinion. I think that they had, like, just on a PR standpoint, on a presentation standpoint, on an excitement level, they literally did the perfect thing that they could have ever done for that game, which was, we're revealing it. We are showing you a massive presentation. We're going to make the Pip-Boy a wearable device. Oh, and you can play the game in like less than 6 months. That was the coolest shit ever. It wasn't, you know, and we'd spent so fucking long waiting for a potential Fallout 4. And this is coming from, you know, this was my big Fallout part of my life. Fallout 3 and New Vegas, but like genuinely that reveal, even like the little pre-war moment and the character creation and like the customization that they offered there, it was really something else. Like I said, it doesn't matter about how the game ended up. I'm specifically talking about the fact that the absolute energy that I felt reverberating within every atom in my body when Fallout 4 was revealed had me bouncing off the walls. Very good. And then everything else happened after that. We all know how it went. There's a lot that I did like about Fallout 4 though, from like a quality of life standpoint, and it did feel a lot better than Fallout 3, I will say that. But Fallout New Vegas, that's the real game right there. Anyway, that rant was sponsored and brought to you by your name being spoken in the game. Because you could do that. They recorded names in Fallout 4. I will admit that I'm very unsure of what is about to happen. So we'll see, I guess. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. I feel like it is just going to say Stanley. I feel like it's just going to say Stanley.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim has been name dropped already, remember? There were the employee numbers, and Jim was listed. There was also on the whiteboard, get Chris out of the broom closet. So we were close. I feel like this was either going to be between Jim or Chris if they put names that have been spoken in this game already. I was so close. It could have been me, and I would have freaked out until he said, that's the only name.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
It just goes into the floor. It just goes into the floor. It just goes. It doesn't, flip around on a panel. It doesn't have like a glass case around it. It just goes down into the ground. Okay. I'm Jim, by the way. Hey. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Jim Apocalypse. And today we're pressing the perfect button in the Stanley Parable 2.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Concrete contemplations, plain, reinforced, pre-stressed, precast, lightweight, bag of sea, smart, polymer. How to look at concrete and how to not look at it. Investor Showcase magazine. This year's hottest investment opportunities. Sequels. What's better than that? Nothing. Top 10 investors currently visiting the show floor. A whole new office. Please. Please no screenshots. Red is the new orange. I'm getting... The baby is all grown up. I wish that was a button somehow. The baby is all grown up. Bankruptcy. Isn't that thing where your phone's getting a call and it's like something that you can hear nearby? I can't remember what... I don't know what that's called either. I freaked out for a second there. I thought something was going wrong. The new updated ray traced, more of the same, but in a good way, sequel to the consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Schween shaders. New features, new content, new ideas. The jump circle again, and the infinite hole. Infinite hole. Whoa, cheers. 0344. Oh yeah, that's an Alan Wake 2 reference. No. Office decorations and the infinite hole. Let's go to the reassurance bucket. I would like to be reassured with a bucket. This is... I love that, you know, you can do something like this for an ultra deluxe re-up that just really does have a very effective satirical humor, and I can just continue walking around having a good time.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
The sound design in placing that bucket down was so fucking powerful.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bucket reflections. And it makes me feel so good. Board members, please note that you must use the following terms as often as possible. Synergy. No one but us actually knows what this means. It adds to our prestige. Incentivize. This refers to the metaphorical whip, which provides the incentive. Unpack refers to looking for meaning in a big pile of rubbish. Ping. Send a message. Childlike onomatopoeia, which probably makes us sound cute. Deep dive, discuss in depth, make a tedious meeting sound like more of an undersea adventure. Good for motivation. Reach out. We do not call, we do not email, we reach out. No one can complain if we are simply reaching out like a friend, like a lover. Hey, just reaching out. You can't be mad about it. I have a bucket of reassurance, and it is with me now, and it makes me feel safe. And how long do I have this? Forever now, I guess. Do I just have this?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
The button that says Jim. You heard Jim in the game. That was a very quick fix. Okay, it's time to go to the office decorations. I'm saving Infinite Hole for last. That seems to be the most exciting thing I could ever do.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
I knew it. I knew you wouldn't like it. It just applies to everyone. It's me, Stanley. Having a good time with Get Well. Oh my god, all the balloons get added.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Office decorations. New and easy achievement. It just works. I can't believe it's that simple. How are you gonna fuck me? How are you gonna fuck me with an achievement? You're gonna do it. Free achievement. Oh man. That's funny up there. The sequel imagery of overlay an image and make it like within another figure. It'll be thought-provoking. Ay, ay, ay. And I just have this bucket. That's the exit, apparently. I am here. This map, the button that says the name of the player playing the game, not Jim. Settings World Champion. What? Settings World Champion. Across from the merch. This, okay. Epilogue. I think that's related to the exit. Collectibles, which is behind me. Infinite Hole. All right. Let's go to the merch stand for a sec. And is that the settings thing? On the chairs? Settings World Champion. 2 chairs, 344. Infinite Jest. A novel. Or is it up there? QR code. I assume it would link to merch. Getting my phone out. Where does it go? It goes to StanleyParable2.com. A sequel, huh? StanleyParable2.com. That's new. If you're more of a prequel sort of person, check out the Stanley Parable. And then if you click learn more, it goes to StanleyParable.com. Taste the sequel. Now in Expo 2 Hall. And it doesn't... And then there's nothing else. So it's that website. All right. The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
You really only gave me 30 jumps? Oh, my God. Watch the video on the website. All right, hold on. Well, in that case, let me... Hey, they gave me 30 jumps. I jumped 30 times. I didn't realize I was going to limit forever, and I didn't realize I was going to be upset about not having any anymore. StanleyParable2.com. Let's have a look. All right, there is actually... Indeed, there is... a video on here, so let me pull this over onto the main screen. Let's have a look at the Stanley Parable 2. Let's pretend that I scanned a QR code somehow for my computer. Okay. A sequel, huh? The Stanley Parable sequels and you. Oh my God.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society, and if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay, and so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheated hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win.
Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
It's 3 years old. Oh my fucking God, dude. That was non-stop. 10 minutes. That was 10 fucking minutes, dude. It just didn't, there was no pauses. Holy shit. That was a fucking, I can't believe that was 10 minutes, dude. I hit a moment. You saw the first time I looked at the timeline, I said, wait, how long is this? And I realized I was a third of the way through. I was like, whoa, there's my skip button. Am I right? Just like, they did say they were putting so many kilowatts of comedy in there and so much pollution as a result. That is fucking shocking. That was amazing. So, 10 minutes in something that you would usually expect that to be like a 3-minute gag at most. That was fucking beautiful. So that was an experience. Just wow. Aren't we lucky to live in the same world and timeline of the Stanley Parable 2? I loved the constant, hey, this is technically a sequel of something. 30 cows, because they're the sequel to pigs. Incredible. So there you go. Infinite hole, it won't end. And then we're going to look at the collectibles. And then we'll look at free achievement. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all. Can you find them?
Ah, Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
This is so epic. Bro. This might be the single best image you could produce of this version, dude. Holding a bucket, collectible figure. Figures rising from the ashes of time to claim this microplastic infested collectible, and it's mine. Hated that. You got any more of those? Do I find more of those now? Technically, this is one.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Does that count as one? Can I now find ones to collect? Or am I being fucking baited and there isn't 6 at all? They've just fucked me up with 1. Because now I'm doing that thing. And they said that there's no reward, which means I shouldn't even bother looking. But there's a free achievement down here, which means I'm getting lured into a fucking trap. We'll do infinite hole after this. That shot was just so good of all of the figures coming out to grab it. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works. Hey, it just works. Thank you, Todd Howard. Very cool.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Test achievement unachieved. Hey, it's that stuff from that time. From my shitty version of my office.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Please pull me. I believe. He lied to me about the achievement. So now there's other collectibles to collect, apparently. 5 more, and it's gonna bug me where they are. And no reward for doing so. My brain...
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
And my brain will want to find them all. And go, if I was a collectible, where would I be? And then I'll walk right past one. And it will go, there, it was right there. You should have seen it already. And I go, well, fuck. I'm looking everywhere except where I need to. I'm half expecting them not to exist. We're not going to the epilogue. It's going to make me go through older areas now. And I should have gone to the collectibles first in hindsight, but I didn't know. Where's my gym button? Bring it back. Because at the moment I don't know. All we've found is the collectible that was given to us. Let's go check out Infinite Hole. Still not over that being a thing that I have to say out loud. It won't end. I guess that's where we're going. Oh, hang on. Maybe I should check out this settings thing. Maybe it's this. Settings World Champion. There we go. That's new. Settings World Champion is up here. Fuck. Where are you in here? How do I get in? How do I do Settings World Champion? How do I fix it? There's a control in here somewhere. Let me in. What does it even mean? All right, Infinite Hole, and then Epilogue. And then I guess that we leave. The holy moly. How dig can we deep? The answer will mildly surprise you. Time and depth. Time like infinity. Hole like infinity. Space like infinity. Opening. Depth. Surrounding area. Infinity. Infinite hole chart. Educational use only. It just keeps going. Such a stupid fucking picture, man.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Chat. Am I able to fall through this and experience the other stuff, or is this falling forever and I will not be able to come back? Is this going to end up being a legitimate infinite hole? Should I go and check out the other stuff first? My brain says go and look at the epilogue at the end because of what it is called. But if it's an infinite hole? Alright, I'm going in. More back rooms. James Sunderland says, "Wee, Toluca Prison."
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the
Hole?
button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
You gonna lie to me and tell me this isn't infinite, but you want to trick me into thinking it is because you're like, you've seen enough?
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I'll be up here when you're ready. The hole? Would you like me to teleport out of the hole? Maybe I'd like to sit down here for a while. Let's see if he says anything about it. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yes.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
I love engaging the...
There it is.
Oh.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely... How is this still appealing to you?
I mean to fall in.
I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I didn't mean to fall in.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Give me a jump button, you coward. Give me a jump button. Oh my god. Let me use the bucket and I'll step on it. This fucking game, dude. Hey. This wouldn't happen to be revenge for that time that I left you all alone and I was pressing the skip button. You'll let me out. You'll let me out, right? Oh my god, the hole's going down. Whoa! It's going back to infinite status really slowly. In a world where holes are not as infinite as they seem, one man and a bucket descend. One man changes his perspective of his reality as he descends down this hole. I'm looking at myself from the outside. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's me, but outside. Change my perception. Whoa! Change your reality.
My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using
Change yourself.
mine.
Change yourself.
Head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine.
I hate this.
Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single bit. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
I didn't get to cycle through all my options yet, man. Okay. Fuck. Wow. There was so many potential
Here we
options.
are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh my god, that fucking shot up close when we were that like drawing was like when you're at a cinema sitting in the front row. Oh my god, that was great. Infinite Hole was genuinely insane. Can't believe we got to do that. We're so lucky to exist at the same time as Infinite Hole. That was so good. Oh my god. Oh, my eyebrows hurt. I don't know why. I don't know why. My eyebrows hurt. I have to change every setting to get in, you say? Do I have to like just change it and then I can just change it back? Now I'm in fucking Dutch. Einstellungen sprach. Feinlichkeit der Kamera. Sitfeld. Metamage is actually probably just died just listening to what I just said. Auflösung. Störungsschema. Testenzuweisung. How am I doing? Am I going good? Springen. Am I doing well? I'm doing so well. Einhandig Fortbewegung. Perfect. Oh, wait, get this. Audio and video. Is that good? Allgemein. That, now I have to remember where I am. Hold on. So, English. I'm back. I'm so back. You gotta set all sliders to max. First person shooter, perfectly. That'll change that. Yes, let's have translation labels at medium and do that, and color labels and content warnings, and reduce the motion and low dexterity mode, turn off auto walk, turn it on, toggle auto walk on. I'll reset my settings soon, and the volume is here, and look how I've changed it. And the video, no more VSync, and we're now at full screen at a different resolution with different anti-aliasing on low quality settings, and we'll keep that resolution. Simplified controls. My forward is now E. Actually, it's not changing. Maybe that's a result of the simplified controls, who knows? Perfect. My controls are so fucked up. Did I not change everything? Do I have to delete my save data? What could potentially be something that I need to change that I haven't changed before? Do I have to keep this shit changed? Oh no. Yes, the subtitle sizes, actually. Hang on, we haven't done the subtitle sizes. The subtitle background. There you go. Fuck. I'm inverted. Controls. This was definitely all changed. They might be fucking me on this shit. It's not letting me change the controls. I'm genuine. Oh, there we go. I've been able to change them. I'm changing them. It's allowed me to do it. This is the worst ever. What is happening right now? There we go. All right, which button did I set to interact? A. It didn't open. Please let me reset all of my settings to their default values. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh my god, why isn't it resetting? Because I didn't press the right button, perhaps. That would be why. I don't know if I can be fucked. What I do know is that changing the settings didn't do shit. It's so quiet now. Oh, there we go. That went back to normal. Reset my key bindings, please. Thank you very much. I don't care about the settings thing. It was too much. There's too many settings. I did do the sliders all of the way on some of them. But I mean, you want me to take it like, do I have to put the settings onto 100 on everything? But then it's like I also have to change all the settings. So if they're already at max, do I just leave them at max? What if the fern is behind the door? Fuck that fern. Think I care about a fern?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
The epilogue was fake. The epilogue was not real. I'm leaving. We're taking the exit. It's just about using all the settings. You don't have to actually apply them and stay on them. All right. Let me give it one more go. Sorry, chat. I'm 6 hours into a stream and my mind is a little fried on Stanley Parable. Now they want me to take my settings and they want me to fuck myself on camera. And I don't know why they want me to do that. Sliders. Look how I'm sliding them. Sliding those cameras, sliding those sliders like fucking crazy. Look at that. Look at this sliding of reticles. Translation labels. There we go. I got settings world champion. It popped up. There you go. I have the achievement. Why? Why? Just why? All right, let's go back to where we were and we'll do it and we'll do it again. No reticle. I think everything is going to go back to the way that it was, hopefully. Okay. I got the achievement. Open the fucking door. There we go. Thank you. Great job. You did it.
I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, we have bumpscosity now. There it is. Adjusts the bumpscosity. So it's just the way that you have to take the slider and just go and do that, so it essentially hits every number. Bumpscosity is at 100. Well, okay, it was at 100. Now there's, I'm putting it to 1,000. I'm putting it on 1. I'm putting it on 50. I have a feeling that it is a slider that does nothing. And that it is just there for people that like sliders. So we'll put that 1,000. Time for us to leave. We're going to the exit. But look, 1,000 bumpscosity. Truly worthy of a sequel. And now we can leave. You and I together, we went through the Stanley Parable 2 and we made it together.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I guess so. Whoa. The infinite hole thing, I just want to kind of replay that and see what I could look like and sound like in there. But it takes a lot to get to that point, doesn't it? Whoa.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. Yep.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
There's 36 jumps.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
And we're going to circle right back around to Ultra Deluxe.
Take a look.
Whoa! No, there is a real Stanley Parable 2 screen. Whoa! Quit to desktop. I'm scared to press that. But I think this would be quite funny, don't you think? Whoa! We've been taken to a main menu and look how sequel it is. It's some form of sequel and the hallways are shifting. We just keep it going. Whoa, the door is opening and it's another hallway. Look at my settings, because we're in red now. Just so you know, it really does quit the game. Just so you know, it genuinely does quit the game. I have to open it again from Steam. If you were ever curious, it is a real menu, and it's not a fake menu. Was real. It was not a joke. He was not, haha. It was not a joke. So now I get to enter the time for the third time, which is now going to be my favorite time. And just for convenience's sake, to appease everybody, is 4:20 p.m. 4:20 p.m., your favorite time of day. Oh, could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 4:20 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 4:20 p.m.? It's currently 9:50 p.m. I started this game at 3:11. It has been over 6 hours. It's not accurate at all. Little bit accurate, you know? If you turn some of the letters to the side, sorry, Stanley Parable. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. And now I've made it to the Stanley Parable 2 for real this time, begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Hey, office decoration up there. Did you see that?
427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
It is a Stanley Parable 2 title.
Quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Wow, and we're so back. Stanley Parable 2 title card and everything, and, could you believe it, we have the balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's so weird that I'm here
Stanley
again.
looked. He couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Ah.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
And we have the bucket now, so that's with us, so that's good. The bucket on a pedestal has been given to us indeed. Is there going to be new content? Oh my god, it's back to 416. Did we do all of the new content? Was that it? We got to the point where we changed Ultra Deluxe into Stanley Parable 2. Is it real? I think we did it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
And now there's new fucking dialogue with the bucket as well. You gotta be shitting me. You have to be shitting me. There's now bucket dialogue for doing the normal stuff.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Broom closet with the bucket. Is everything different now? Bucket.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
The sequel is now paused. Now, while we have paused the genuine sequel, I have to remind myself, by the way, remember when we did this, right? Remember when this happened? But then I changed all my fucking settings to make everything default. Yeah. Let me do that again. Oh my god.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Property of Stanley.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Thank you, narrator.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I love it whenever the voice is going away and it just gets quieter in different ways. Dare I continue to stay? I think he's gone. I think I might also have to follow. Now that we've reached this point of the game with the Ultra Deluxe stuff, I do think it's like obviously this is how you should play the game, right? Because it's the original game, and then it adds stuff afterwards, you know? And then it adds more to the game to, like, continue going. So I think that's a great idea. It's not like it's different from the get-go, you know? New, fresh, and exciting. It's just the same game from the original, and then they kind of refresh it a bit. So now I have a bucket, and I can do broom closet too. Bucket boogaloo. And there you go. So I think that is really great, because obviously when we landed on it at first, there was a few people that were like, original or deluxe, what are you gonna do? Because I haven't played the deluxe version, and so they don't know if there's going to be any differences. But it's the same game until you get to the extra content after achieving that main ending, and it's just like whenever you choose to do it. So that was great, being able to go through the fucking Ultra Deluxe stuff, and then obviously we booted up the original game to experience Minecraft and Portal.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Can I take a bucket to the bathroom? Now I'm trying to think, can I take the bucket into places? Oh,
You found one of them.
whoa.
Miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
Whoa.
no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
The reward is more dialogue. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. This changes as well. Mesa, did you, well, by repeating my favorite ending from before, which ending are you specifically referring to? I don't know if you mean favorite genuine or favorite sarcastic. Also, this door is not open. I can't go to the fake elevator now that I have the bucket. Fake elevator is gone.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Whoa.
Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We did it at the correct time without rushing or taking too long. Now, oh!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stanlerine. Incredible. Down the elevator we go. We haven't done the on switch with the mind control.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
But I think we should probably repeat the same thing, and then when it starts again, not take the bucket, because obviously there's the bucket and the bucketless ending of turning mind control on.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, we did. And I'm turning it off this time, again, but with the bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Is a bucket the employee? Which endings have we done that are recommended with the bucket? Keeping in mind it is 10 p.m. I'm a little bit tired. We might wrap up soon.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Bucket is my only friend. This would be the one and only Stanley Parable stream that we do, because there will be a different game day stream next week.
Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I don't think pressing the buttons do anything yet because it's all offline, so you have to turn it on first. Facility power. Yeah, like I said at the start of the thing, I don't know how long we're going to be here for, because sort of like how long this game is how long you're willing to play.
Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
And like, there's clearly a lot that you can do in the game, and a lot of alternate routes and everything like that. But like I also said when I reached a certain point in the stream, that it became more like systematic and formulaic of like, okay, now I want to do this and do that. And a lot of stopping and starting and restarting. And I'm having a great time still. I think now even running through it with the bucket is great, but I'm also content to like not have to push myself for like doing everything that is available in the game. I think I'm trying to do as much as possible in this time period as well. Now I'm turning it off with the bucket. I forgot how loud that was on my ears last time.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
The true freedom through bucket, not through the nature. Yeah, like I said, we're gonna run through and try and do like a few more endings right now. So I'm not like wrapping it up right this second. We're gonna pursue a couple of things with the bucket, and then we'll turn on the mind control, and we'll see what happens as well. So let's go out the window with the bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Is a new one of those. No, oh no. The input thing reset. Now I just can't be bothered. You've ruined it.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort.
The input
rushed
didn't
over him.
save. No more of that
Stanley
for me.
flung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Bucket outside.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
Huh.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Wow. Where'd we get the knife? That raises a question, doesn't it? Where'd we get that freaking knife at, dog? Oh my God. No, you are a bucket. Okay.
All his co-workers were gone. What
That was
could it
good.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the
The
meeting.
bucket has died.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley and
Oh my lord. Oh my lord.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I'm
But
doing
Stanley had
the...
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him.
I want to take... I want to introduce the bucket. I want to introduce my wife to the bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
The bucket loved the room. I'm going to introduce my wife to the bucket.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Oh?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Maybe there was something more of staying in there where it said, no, the bucket was wrong. I don't know. Maybe. The wife is on the cargo lift. Wife on the cargo lift.
No,
A sentence that you'll
said
never
the
think that
bucket.
you'll say.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, bucket.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
The narrator is trying to manipulate me through the bucket friendship by saying it's the bucket talking, not me.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
The fact that there is a bucket ending now for all of the other it's just... It's such a cool level of, like, taking the original experience and then enhancing it with even more. And, like, from the perspective of someone who is now... I'm playing this for the first time, obviously, so I had a good time. Now I'm having a good time again. I imagine that this would be so amazing for people who played this game over the years, like when it first came out, or like watched it over the years, and then get to experience this once again with a bit of a refresh. I imagine that the feeling of that would be quite wonderful. But this has been a joy being able to, I guess, experience both sides in pretty quick succession. Let's go see my wife. Say, honey, I'm home. I have a bucket.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I remember that we cannot pick up the phone. It'll be the bucket version, though. Anyone got an answering machine? Do I have to...
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Danny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
I love this game too much. Too much.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter.
What
I
the
think
fuck?
the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery.
Come along, let's head back.
Oh my god. The fucking artwork on there was cursed. All those laughing faces. All those dead child soldier babies in the graveyard. Okay, you want to do this again, right? Do I have to... You want... Okay. How do you want me to go back? How far back do you want me to go? Okay. What do we... How far back can we go?
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video.
They fenced
Otherwise,
the fucking cargo lift off so I can't leave. I'm not allowed to interrupt it.
The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke? Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Alright, I'm on. Okay, Perhaps I have missed a part of this arrangement. I'm going back this way. Okay. I'm not going back to the phone.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Oh no. Okay.
What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
No.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I really have to go on the one on the left, but that's not how I get to the phone.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Oh my god. Do I have to go to the left?
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I feel like I now have to go to the left, but then I'm also like, but that's not how I get to the phone. But now the phone is a different door anyway.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
The apology to Leroy that's buried in the game. It's at the end of the credits. What the fucking fuck, dude? Oh my god. Very well done. Bucket ending again. I've actually hit a credits the end for that. So that is very funny. I'm like, why? How do we get to the phone? And then I had to ruin it. Genius. Let's proceed.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I was away so long that all my co-workers are gone.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
My bucket sticker is here, so I didn't lose it. It's still there. What ending should we do? What ending should we do? Bucket to the wife, right? Bucket to the wife.
Warmth
Absolutely.
spread through
Bucket
Stanley's
to the
life.
wife.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
And?
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
We gotta get this dialogue. One of these runs.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection. But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
That was an accident, by the way. That was a mistake. We're in a different hallway, and the bucket is there. Hold on. I didn't realize it was going to lead to something different. So, you know when we did the settings thing, and we did them all? It's the auto walk. That was turned on. So essentially when you right click, you just keep walking hands free. Look, mum, no hands. And I pressed it and I went to unpress it and I continued walking right off of the cargo lift and died because of auto walk. However,
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
what's going on now? Oh, okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Why do we get a shorter spawn now because I threw myself to my death?
The employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Sometimes the starting area changes.
To go back to
That's the first time, I think, outside of something that goes into a new thing.
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the... Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
All right, I'll throw myself off of it
Question why or how this bucket
without the
was
bucket
stolen.
next time.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose
Wait,
not to take
collectible.
notice of this.
Look. How do I get over there?
Stanley convinced that the
Collectible
bucket
Stanley.
had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
There's a way down. Look. There's a hole in there. There's a Stanley over there. I'm gonna get you, pal.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Oh my.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
427B. And the door's already open. Honey, do I have a wife or only a bucket? Is the bucket my wife? My life looks so much better, actually, with a bucket. Why does my home look better with a bucket instead of a wife? No way, man. She was holding me back from true happiness. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press O to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
And press R to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
But it's reassuring. Press P to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press R for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press H to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press V to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Fucking, I didn't realize the bucket in the jazz music poster as well. Press J to relive this same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press L to go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Oh man. The music is too good for a scene like this. What are we doing? Stanley Parable's soundtrack actually kind of unexpectedly amazing too.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Close your eyes. Go back to work, Stanley. The bucket killed the narrator. He told me to go to work and forget about it. Whoa! What the fuck, dude? I can't look at you anymore, I'm sorry. What happened?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What happened?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. And that was that one. So we got to see that one as well.
And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
I'm gonna go get that Stanlerine somehow.
Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
How do I get under the thing in order to get it? There's like a way underneath.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I actually love how many people have been able to somehow catch up to the stream this whole time, by the way. They've been like people rewatching the stream on like higher speed. I'm sorry that that's how you're watching it to catch up, by the way, because I can't imagine that must be any fun.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Like, I can't imagine that's any fun. 2 times speed. I guess in particular moments, maybe. Ah, there we go. There's a little ramp there. Perfect. That makes immaculate sense.
I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. There's 2 more to obtain. Oh. 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 $9.99 groceries, water, beer, pickles. New markers because someone keeps stealing mine for phone doodles and olives. Incredible doodle, though. We have new notes for the first time. Guys, we have new notes. We have new notes. Check this out. Public domain, baby. Check this out. Public domain, baby. In which we are introduced to Winnie the Pooh and some bees, and the stories begin. Here is Edward Bear, coming downstairs now. Bump, bump, bump. On the back of his head, behind Christopher Robin. It is, as fat as he knows, as far as he knows, sorry, the only way of coming downstairs. But sometimes he feels that there is another way, if only he could stop bumping for a moment and think on it. And then he feels that perhaps there isn't. Anyhow, he is at the bottom and ready to be introduced to you, Winnie the Pooh. When I first heard his name, I said, just as you are going to say, but I thought he was a boy. So did I, said Christopher Robin. There you go. Then you can't call him Winnie? I don't, but you said, he's Winnie the Pooh. Don't you know what the means? I love that it says, check this out, public domain. Help! Help! The striped shirt savage is tearing off my arm. Ow! Beware the referee of pain! I'm so confused. There is a door to the left and a door to the right. I am somewhere new now. Somewhere new and scary. Ink is printer blood. That means every time you print a document, it is written in blood. Think on that. Printing is a blood sport. Vegans shouldn't print. Printers are alive. The day of ink, it is known in the annals, for scarcely has a day seen so much wanton ink shed. A baleful sun rose upon the printer camps, when at once 2,000 photocopier cavalry emerged from the mists. The printers had believed them still a week away, and yet here they were with fury in their hearts. The heavy cavalry were followed by 10,000 foot copiers. It is said that the fields were multicolored with ink for years after that day of horror. To this day, some locals report hearing the ghastly sound of printer errors upon the old battlefield. 500 tons of raw copying power! That's a fucking photocopier right there. I'm a messenger from the printer. Hello! Printers get a lot of stick for not being as simple as they were in the early noughties. They get a lot of hate for refusing to print when only one of the ink cartridges is empty. You think that's their call? They didn't design themselves. Educate yourself before you cast shade. I'm a big fan of the, Can you hear that? Can you hear that on the other side of the door? How do I single out that sound so you guys don't think I'm crazy? Like, just listen to this. You guys can hear it, right? I'm not crazy. Tell me you can fucking hear it. It's plane noises. It's just like, it's just fucking like engine noises. What's on the other side of that door? What did they put in there? I can't open it. Where did I end up, dude? Narrator dialogue. It's just narrator dialogue everywhere that you look. It's all narrator dialogue on cassette tapes. And VHS tapes. The narrator sound system, evidence 252.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to...
What's that? Who's there?
We made it to a full horror game, Stanley Parable. Gambarata is real, chat. It's connected to the bucket window ending. Oh, dude.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What the
What
fuck?
did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he... Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
I haven't seen these papers before. Wait, chat, we have new papers. We have new papers. We ain't seen these before. New papers. Hold on. We have... Oh my god, there's a code. Wait. Chat, there's a code. For some reason it says B is number 2, but so is C. They both have number 2 instead of 3. I feel like that's wrong. I'm going to assume C is supposed to be 2. Who wants to know what the piece of paper says? I promise you that you'll be really satisfied with the answer. The cipher here, with these numbers corresponding to these letters, is... Codes that are secret are the best. That's what it says. Aren't secret codes so cool and the best? Here's an example of that on a piece of copied paper. There you go. Codes that are secret are the best. Now, this piece of paper... Hi Lonnie, I wrote this in first period and left it in your locker on the way to school. It's what all the cool kids are doing, I've decided. Write me back. Also, there's an idea for something to draw. 2 cats on a motorcycle. Hey, this is a good idea. What all the cool kids are actually doing is sending each other pages in their beepers. But we're cooler than them because guess what? They can't put this on a beeper. And it's 2 cats on a motorcycle in the desert with a UFO in the background. That's pretty cool. Do you guys love that I have actually gotten down onto the ground to read these pieces of paper when I noticed that there's real ones? Employee 432 is apparently a box, by the way. Not a person, but a box, maybe. Memo. Why are we here? Hey, dude, do you ever just look up at the stars and wonder, why am I here? Have you ever found Way of Zen by... Have you ever read Way of Zen by Alan Watts? It's so good, man. Mind-expanding stuff. What if the stars are like us in the future, man? Dude. Deep. The Beetle Papers, authentic statements, treasure buried 1819 and 1821. And we care about your privacy. Anyway, we are in a new hallway, which is scary. They're changing up the hallways on me now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
They're changing up the hallways.
And entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Anyway, I've been staring at the paper on the ground for so long that I need to remember where we're going and why.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
We're doing the ending of
to go back to the meeting room.
the colored doors. I think we're going to jump off the lift here.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
He didn't get interrupted. That
Stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
okay. Oh.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
What would you pick, chat? What would you pick if presented with this questionable object in front of you? You were here. It was up to you. What would we pick? It is true, it doesn't have the sticker on it that reminds you it's a bucket.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, what are we doing?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
You fucked with me. Hang on a minute. What do you mean? Okay. I thought I was fucking with you. You're fucking with me.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What if mine is a 3D bucket?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
I feel like it's gonna be a bucket now, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
I felt it. I felt the magic number of 3. I felt it.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
I can't go and put the bucket over there and then say, it's not a bucket.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No, but I said you're a bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Everything is a bucket in some way, shape, or form. Then what about that car that wasn't a bucket? All right, apparently I need to leave this alone.
When Stanley came
to go and get the collectible.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge.
When I pick up the collectible, can I reload from there, or do I have to see it ending through to completion from that point?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
All right, good.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all the time.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines.
Oh.
You'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Lorines. None of us can.
Figure and Lorines. I don't... No. No! I don't want that at all. Okay.
All of his co-workers
to the
are gone.
staircase with me. Oh, it's
Stanley
to the...
decided to go
It's
to
a
the
different
meeting.
direction
Perhaps
now.
he simply misfound a bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket. A committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes, we do. Oh my god. By the way, we found 5 out of 6, and we have not come to the meeting room since, even though the game has constantly told us to come here with the meeting. I keep fucking leaving it alone because we're doing so many more things. The whole meeting room has been changed. Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow construction of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Hey now, don't... Hey, you took him out of the broom closet and then you threw me down there. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more planks. I love that we're getting the locations of all of them. So I can see that there's one in the bathroom that we've already gotten. There's the one that we just got right there with no bucket, it says. There's the bridge one under the stairs that we have to get. And then we've already got that one already, but whatever that looks like. So it's telling us where to get them all. Oh, it even ticks them off for us. Places to search. Inside of a sequel exhibit. A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue, nearby a fireplace. And a private but smelly place for an important person. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Oh my god, it's me. I'm up there. Lol, looks like 427, ha ha ha. 5 there be, just take it from me. No, there's 6. Gotta collect them all. There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies, who are you? 666, lol, there will be a cleaning of this wall required. I want them so much, I want to go home. Stop kidding yourselves. To do. Artists rendering. Where are they? Please do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. Okay. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Figlies are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? The red room from Twin Peaks. Thank you. Good luck. So they're called Figlies in the slide. How can we find them bottom text? How can we find them bottom text? What we know, we have to synergize our resources. Remember, synergize. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiences or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be a reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Source of levitation? Not the nose, dude. Fucking Wild Thornberry looking ass. Ideas. Should we make them employees? Interns. Why do they kind of look like 427? Why floating? Trained exercise by Marigarant. How many are there? More dollars if sold together. Employee 41, building a bridge. Bonus stuff. What we know, what we forgot, what we don't know yet. What do they want? Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? The investigation, this room, they feel pointless. TBH. Figurine Finders Committee. 3D recreation. Beware the false prophet. The The F files, confidential, not the Figley files, man. 10 steps to a successful workplace investigation. Decide whether to investigate. If necessary, take immediate action. Choose an investigator, plan the investigation, conduct interviews, gather documents, clues, evidence, evaluate documents, clues, evidence, take action, document, print, list. Collecting is sexy. Approximately here. Possible clue. What a fucking game. A game made for me who looks at fucking pieces of paper that people do not look at.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly Wiggly.
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Fuck you, narrator. Maybe I wanted a fucking reward. Maybe I wanted a reward. It's the two cats on the motorcycle note again. Eb, thank you so much for joining. I will be working hard and doing good work forever. And that's a promise.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it. I'm not doing the death spiral again. It takes so long. I have all of my collectibles. Should we go to the meeting room? We have to go to the meeting room. The meeting room is the key to all this. And there will be the figurine collectible squad will be there, fully rendered in hyper realistic graphics to shake my hand and my buckets.
Falls on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines just one more time.
Wait. Memory zone. We're going back. What do you mean? What do you mean we're going back to the memory zone, man? We might get a reward after all. We may indeed be rewarded after all in the memory zone. Oh my god, secret memory zone floor. A trophy is missing. Something is wrong. Oh, it's where we got the first one. It's where we got the first one.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Was that there? That wasn't there the first time we came here. Whoa, that means there's more than 6. There's a 7th one. Again, most epic shot of the game. Oh! There's a 7th one. The 7th collectible is real. I couldn't take my bucket with me. Okay, what are we doing?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Are we getting memory zoned into remember when you got the collectibles and then I get them again? They're remember zoning the collectibles.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was the warehouse.
No. The warehouse was the fourth place you found a Figanley, not the third. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the warehouse feels like the third place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Thank you. Figanley, we're calling them. I think I got the boss's office mixed up with the stairs on the way to the boss's office for a moment there. That's my bad. I'll get another one, though.
Let's see. What came next?
Not the Apple Church. What the fuck?
Oh, yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No!
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No! I didn't find a Figley Ann, Lorene, Stan at a fucking pink Apple Church. What do you mean? You tricking me? Should I pick this one up? Fuck, I'm picking it up. Why? 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 Oh my fucking god, papers, please! Dude, what the fuck? Papers, please! A new chapter detailing document features has been added to your rulebook. Check all information thoroughly. Deny any applicant with discrepant documents. Refer to the audio transcript to correlate entrance statements. Glory to Astotska. What the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean, papers, please?
Fifth mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
I can't believe this is from 2022, but it's still so fucking like 2012 coded, man. Like it, oh my god, the Windows Windows Movie Maker. It's Mini Stan 5. Oh no. You found it near the red and blue doors. Thanks for watching. Oh my god.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
This might be the greatest to ever do it, chat. It may be the greatest to ever do it. Illusion of choice door. Confirm. I have played a real genuine video game that includes a Windows Movie Maker joke shitpost. We have reached the peak. And it is all downhill from here.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Thank you so much, narrator. So, I assumed that the pink church was a result of us getting the order wrong, so instead of taking us to the right place, it takes us to a fucking different place, and then depending on whichever was the fifth one you found, There's a movie maker for each location. I wish that the toilet one was the 5th one that we found. I just think that would have really escalated things. It would have taken it to brand new heights. Never thought possible. I have 12 of these fuckers now. Not 6. The figurine committee is going to go insane with this knowledge. Trippy. High effort shipposts are the best ones. Oh. High effort shipposts are the only type of shippost that should exist. Dude. Why does this look so... This looks really, really familiar. This looks really familiar. This looks really familiar. Why do I feel like I'm in FBC headquarters? I feel like I'm in control. Oh, the fern. The fern. I'm in the present. The fern.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
That was the fern.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
I can't believe we got a loading screen fake out as well. That's unreal. That's unbelievable. We have a loading screen fake out. We have a fern. We are in the present, and he's going to make me collect them now fucking backwards, because don't you enjoy those collectibles? The reward of collectibles is more collecting. Don't you get it? The collecting the collectibles is the reward in itself.
Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
We're witnessing the narrator's fall from grace and becoming a collector addict, and I'm sorry, man, it happens to the best of us. Canon event.
That video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
I saw that coming a mile away. It's classic humor.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yep.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
By fucking Lynchian. But what if we go to the boss's office? I'm walking through my Lynchian collector space. It's literally just a black invisible wall, actually, which is kind of a little bit surprising. To the toilet.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
What came before this? What existed before Collectibles? Nothing. There was only ever Collectibles. Oh my god, and now we're at the exhibit for real again. There's a big one, remember? Here he is. Remember the big one? Oh my god, it's the jumping. Okay. Yeah, it's jumping.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
These are all fresh memories, narrator, from 8 hours ago. Oh my.
Yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
It's an illusion of choice door. I'll still take the right one. I'm going back to my office.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Indeed.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
No way. Dude, what the fuck? This has been so cool. Also, imagine getting an ultra deluxe version of this game after like 9 years, close to 10, almost like a 10th anniversary thing, and you get like this. You find out Stanley's not even real. The narrator made him up for fun to pass the time. Like actually getting deep answers within more of this interesting narrative. A potential answer to the meaning of life itself.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Do we take the bucket? Do we take the bucket? Should the bucket come along with me? You remember this? Do we take the bucket with us or no? I don't know what ending I want. I don't know what it means. Do I have a bucket with me or not? Do I need a bucket companion? Bucket's not real if Stanley's not real. None of us are real. Of course there's a bucketless and a bucket ending.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
He's got a cup. Is my bucket. My bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
But now, do I decline? You have to forgive the dog barking. Do I decline the left offer and go to the right? It feels like I'm not trying to go to a video game for this. It's one last ride. So it's got to be going left, right? I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I guess I'm just going to go left. I guess I go the way that I'm supposed to with my dear bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Boss's office. It's no longer a collectible room. What a shame.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I think considering that the narrator invented me, he wanted to have fun. And he's like, let's give him one last ride. This obviously just makes the most logical sense. I wouldn't be like, I'm gonna do the thing where I then intentionally fuck with him again. It's the elevator actually, right? It's the elevator. Of course it is. We're gonna go somewhere now on the elevator. Ready? It'll finally take us somewhere. New content. The elevator will go somewhere.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I have a great idea. This is going to work out perfectly. So what we've done is we've done turning off mind control. We've done turning on and then turning it off with bucket. We haven't turned it on yet, but we haven't escaped with the bucket either. So I'm kind of torn. Right now it's escape. Sorry, it's escape with bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked
or it's
straight ahead.
Mind control with the bucket.
That read Mind Control Facility.
Which I think is poetic. For the narrator's final adventure with Stanley, he thinks, oh, one last trip in the memory zone. And what do? Does he escape? Does he escape with his freedom? Or does he succumb to mind control? This is the last one. This is the last one that we do. Because this is the perfect last one. Apparently this is Stanley's one last run. The final trip with the bucket. This is how we close it out. Do we escape? Do we mind control? That's where we're at right now. After 8 hours of Stanley Parable, and it almost being midnight, a full day of parabling, I'm gonna have the most cursed dreams tonight about this game. But it's been one hell of a ride. It's been one hell of a ride that I've been very, very happy with. Genuinely. This has just been so much fun. I will consider and think about doing a secondary offshoot Stanley Parable episode later. Probably when this video goes public, I will consider doing another one after that, where I will come back to the game and I will look at some other endings that I have yet to do and explore some other things. So I'll give it some time and then I'll come back and I'll do like a follow-up episode with some other stuff, but I don't want to force it and cram it into this one episode, and this feels very poetically fitting as a finale. So I'm feeling like escaping. I'm feeling like escaping. I'm escaping with the bucket.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
So something I guess I'll ask for is please feel free in the comments, not in the live chat, but in the actual comments. You can feel free to like put a list in the comment section of this stream of like the potential like endings with or without bucket that you would like me to pursue. Like go here, do this sort of thing. So that way I'll have a list to refer to. I'll keep a note of it. And then I'll work my way through some of these things for another video, okay? For now, I'm going to avoid getting squished. Now remember, we had that woman's voice. They said that we need each other, but I don't need the narrator. I have the bucket. Be in the bucket.
On how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Violently.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Welcome to the grand exhibit of the bucket. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit, or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? The bucket exhibit.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Yes, but that is why I needed him to ascend. You gotta be fucking shitting me that we have a Vitruvian bucket. Not the fucking Vitruvian bucket. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. You can't give a bucket 2 arms and 2 legs, so you have to give it the only thing you can, 2 handles. Unbelievable. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Inferno Bucket, a replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know how long. The cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Oh, before I go up there, I gotta go over here. Oh, it's just one room. Yep, definitely didn't want to miss this one. The stress bucket. An analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance, vulnerability, size and strength of the bucket, coping strategies, holes, stress, level of water in the bucket, rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Presented without commentary. No commentary needed. Relieve the stress that builds up in your bucket. The bucket is whatever you want it to be. The alluring blue light. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. That distance is about to get real big. Oh. Thought I was going to fall. I floated my way to the bucket.
There is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Goodbye, Stanley. And there it is. And there it is. The narrator couldn't let me go, of course. Of course he couldn't let me go. Of course he couldn't let me go. So now I have to open the game again. I have to open the game one more time because it asked me for more sliders when I open the game, and the next time it said more sliders. Are you ready for more sliders? Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. This is what we got when we first opened the game. And I kept it in the middle. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Oh man. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Oh my god. Technically. Correct. Taco Bell. 9 buttons. 9 in a speech bubble. I wonder if that is a psychology test. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the 2 made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Scrumtush or Occuboinkle? They're both really good. Scrumtush it is. Please don't adjust the slider. Ooh. Please don't adjust the slider. I've spent this whole game being told what to do and doing the opposite of it. Do you know what time it is right now? I do. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself you haven't told me? Yes. Help? Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have...
Another log out. I have to do it again. Okay. Oh my god. I thought it was going to come after I did the intro. We're really just unplugging the USB and plugging it back in again over and over just to hear that. Okay, one more time. we can't get 2 in 1. Oh, I'm logging in for one more time. What could I possibly be doing that for? I said, will it visit again? I did say yes. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? I'm literally playing the game the next day. We are at midnight. 12:04. Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. You don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. I fucking know that. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? It's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little bit of time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. There it is, a glowing golden option on my menu screen of the Stanley Parable 2 epilogue. And it's going to be Minecraft. You ready? Epilogue. Many years later. This is not a cutscene. Can I walk? I can walk. Oh my god, it's like when we were in that room and then we walked for so long. Follow the sun. Ah. It's beautiful. Oh my god. The moon. I'm going towards the moon. Me only walking towards the focal point. The memory zone. Oh my god, the memory zone. The memory zone. The soundtrack for this game is really good. It's a sleeper of a soundtrack. You just don't expect it. Who's powering up the memory zone exhibit of Stanley Parable 2 in memory of Stanley Parable 2 now? Let me get a collectible. Let me get a Figley, Stanya, Loreen. What's this generator powering? It is generating power to something down there. Cookie Nine's blog, a review of Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teemed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole, who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable, one like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest, collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... Review. The Stanley Parable 2. Sorry I haven't been blogging too much. Review. Snraf 3. Protected post. Cookie's Corner. We need to talk about sequels. Go Guy on review. The Stanley Parable 2. Piss Order 0999. Boblin. Go Guy. Bro, literally, if we're looking at this correctly, bro stopped posting in 2013, the year of the Stanley Parable, and picked up his blog 5 years after the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, aka Stanley Parable 2 releases. We made them friends, and the cat dog has been born. Scientists confirm hybrid species. Man, they should make a TV show about that. Like a little cartoon. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs. No more sequels.
Jim.
Unbelievable. While the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Get on the green. Nothing behind the sign. Oh, there's more. Hang on, there's more. There's more name buttons.
Jim.
We're going well over here. Oh my god, it's the fucking collectibles. Oh my god, it's the fucking collectibles. Oh, there's a collectible something. There's more.
Jim.
I see now.
Jim. Stanley.
Oh, Stanley button.
Jim.
Stanley button.
Stanley.
That guy from Marvel.
Stanley.
It's that guy from Marvel. Whoa, we got a Stan Lee cameo in the game. Crazy. Excelsior. The fucking collectibles. Is that the infinite hole? Oh my word. I still have the same collectible amount. Fucking hell. Oh my. I have 26 out of 6. Let's keep it fucking going. Infinite haul. Now, what do you mean? Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Hello again. It's nice to see you, but it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense! The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard, in fact. Let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable 3. That's crazy. Outstretched a hole punch. This is so funny. Trying to think of the best combination here. Outstretched hole punch is oh my god. Such a shame we can't do Stanley versus Crocodile. They're on the same side. The Stanley Parable 3. Crocodile Dash, dude. That's usually the 4th game, right? We get to, we do the trilogy, and then we have the Stanley Parable 3, Crocodile Dash, and it's the racing game. We need the kart version. And we have Uncarted. We have Jack X. We have Crash Team Racing. And there's the Stanley Parable 3 Crocodile Dash. And it's the racing game. The Stanley Parable 3 Crocodile Dash. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. And then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. We may as well call it FIFA. FIFA. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Why do they give me a choice? Why do they give me a choice? Good. Then it's agreed, a new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. All right, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time, which it is currently close enough to the default of 12:21 in the freaking morning midnight. 1221. Slider. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. You are playing the Stanley Parable 3 Crocodile Dash. It's the racing version. If I go back to the showcase, I can now get the achievement. And that's through you go through the new content door. Very good. We will get this. I deeply regret picking Crocodile Dash. Get me off of this screen. That is the Stanley Parable 1, 2, and 3. All done for now, okay? I will return. I'll get that test achievement later in my life, okay? Okay? That is what we shall do in the future. We'll revisit it, but that is the end of the journey for now, and I think that that was a great place to end it on, just in regards to what we were dealing with there, you know? Let me pick a soundtrack. Let me put on some music right now. We're just going to put on some music in the background. And what we're going to do now is we're going to spin the wheel, gamers, all right? It is spinning the wheel. I absolutely loved my time with the Stanley Parable. This was a fantastically unique experience. I genuinely am blown away by the creativity and the way that the game accounts for so many things, and the humor that exists between yourself and the narrator based on your actions. I think that the game is very like self-aware, but it was never in a tiring way for me. If the game was always entertaining, and if I wasn't laughing out loud entertained, I was still at a level of enjoying what was going on. You know what I mean? I never got tired of it, and I loved the either like self-aware humor, the meta commentary. The way that it works into playing a video game just makes it very enjoyable. You know what I mean? Because I think it enhances the gameplay experience, because it makes you think about it on another level where like how you play a game is being observed and commented on, which I just think is very funny. So that was awesome. I had a great time playing the Stanley Parable. It's a long time recommended game. You know what I mean? People have been waiting for that one for so long. And it was finally time. It was finally time. It took a few years, just like it's taken quite a few years with many things. Thank you so very much for joining me for this stream, everyone, for the Stanley Parable. I sincerely hope you enjoyed my adventure with this game. I found it incredibly entertaining after 9 hours. And like I've said, I will be doing a follow-up episode with some bonus stuff that we didn't get to experience in the game. So we'll check out some other things, but it felt like a fitting end for today. So whether or not you watch this one live, you're watching it after or when it goes public, for everyone, thank you so much for supporting the channel and supporting the game day streams. And I will see you next week for Journey and Abzu. Have a lovely rest of your day and a lovely rest of your night.